real old. Well, our kids have been after us for quite a while to get in and make kind of a videotape of some of the interesting things of our lives, and we've been kind of putting it off, but Gail's out here today. It's October the 25th, and
1990.
yeah, 1990, and we thought, well, let's get in and get it done. I can't remember everything, so I'll have notes here that I'll have to refer to, but before I get into all the lengthy notes that might get kind of drawn out, I might mention that in brief, that our lives with Velma and I have been just almost storybook lives. We've had everything I can think back, and from a little boy up to this point, it's just almost have to pinch myself to believe that it's true. I had super grandparents, super parents. We never had.
Super wife.
Well, I'm getting to that.
Oh.
Anyway.
Super kids.
And we surely was blessed by the Heavenly Father because everything was directed in just the right way. We lived in a neat place here in California, and we had neat parents, and never wanted for. Our family wasn't very rich when we were little, but we had enough to have everything. When I was little, I mean, but we had everything that we needed. And then when I went to band, and Velma was directed into the band hall that day, and we met and eventually got married and have family. Well, that has just been almost an unbelievably happy life for us. And when we had children, we've almost never known what's except our first baby died. But from then on, we've just had super family, super kids, a lot of togetherness, lots of love. And let's see, what else could I say about that? There's been times when our family was growing up, they said, well, you've had daughters, you can't know what problems are until you raise a boy. So anyway, they said, you just wait. Well, that never happened. Our boy came along, and he was just simply a parent's dream, as the other three were also. So we're surely blessed on that. As I'm reflecting back, I just 10,000 things go through your mind of growing up, whether I should mention this or will I be too long, too drawn out. So I'm just going to start when I was born and see if I can kind of start putting together some things that might be kind of interesting for family to know about. I was born October the 13th in 1925 at St. Joseph's Hospital in Stockton. My folks lived in Lodi at the time. My dad had a luggage business and a canvas business in Lodi. By the way, we lived on School Street. It was right out, there was vineyards right beside our house across the street.
This was in Lodi?
This was in Lodi on School Street. And of course now it's just probably miles of houses on the other side of it now. But anyway, and Grandma and Grandpa Petrick would come usually every Thursday to Lodi, and I can still remember them pulling up out front with their car, and I'd be looking through the glass. They had glass down beside the door, and so I'll get away from that now. After we left Lodi, we moved to Modesto in 1930, and we moved.
Oh wait, why don't you go back and tell about when your mom and dad would go for Chinese? Didn't they go for Chinese food?
That was in Modesto.
Oh, I thought that was in Lodi.
Well, they might have there too.
I think so.
Okay, I don't remember that so much, but anyway, they had the canvas shop in Lodi and luggage too. What I start remembering a lot more is when we moved to Modesto. We moved to 515 Sycamore. The house is still there. I don't know about Lodi if it's still there or not. We ought to go see someday and see if it's still there just for fun. Anyway, my dad opened up a canvas store, and it was right exactly to the south side of the Strand Theater. The Strand is not there anymore, but that's where it was on 10th Street. And he had luggage in the front and canvas in the back, and Mom helped out some. And I'd play in the back, and I was 5 years old when we moved to Modesto. We moved there in 1930. And some of the things that kind of go through your mind is, gee, I can remember that I used to go out in the back. There was a great big lot out in back where all these big buildings were real high and tall around it, and there was bums from the railroad that would come there, and they'd sit and build little fires and cook their can of beans and whatnot. And I used to go out and hobnob with them and visit with them. And I don't know whether there wasn't the worry in those days, but I'm surprised my mom, as protective she was, and maybe she had a close eye out the door and I didn't even know it. But in those days, when trains would go through Modesto, it was nothing to see 20 or 30 hobos riding the rails up on top of the boxcars or sitting on flat cars. And when the trains would stop, they'd get off and mosey into town and sleep that night and go back and get on another train. But anyway, we lived there.
I think the hobos in those days were probably the hippies of the 60s. Don't you think that's what they would have
Probably.
been? I mean, homeless and...
A few things come to my mind at 515 Sycamore. That one of them, that I wasn't a very nice little boy one time. I was standing on a street corner, and I was 5 years old, and a car went by, and I picked up a big handful of sand and rocks and threw it at the car, just as a little 5-year-old kid might do, to be kind of devilish or something. And they had their window down, and it got all over the people. And I ran for home, and of course it wasn't easy to trace and see where that little boy ran. And of course they came in and told the folks about it. They were nice about it, but I got kind of a talking to that time, because my folks were very anxious for me to be the right kind. I was an only child, so naturally they concentrate everything on me. Another time I had a little bunny for Christmas or Easter, and my dad told me it was my job to feed the bunny. Well, I got busy and careless and lazy and didn't want to do it, I guess. And this day he came home and he said, "Leonard, did you feed the bunny?" And I said, "Yeah." And so he says, well, he had a sack of alfalfa hay, and it was tied at the top of the string and real tight. And he says, well, it doesn't look like, and of course he could tell it was still tied like he left it. And he said, did you feed the rabbit? How'd you get the straw out? And I must have been a thinker, because I was thinking now, oh, I'm in trouble now. I'm backed up against, oh yeah, this is a neat idea. I'd tell him that I was able to pull it out straw at a time through the little hole, and that way I didn't have to untie it. Well, he saw through that immediately, and I got a good swatting and spanking for that.
Not for not feeding the bunny, but for telling the
Yeah, for telling the truth. And I had a dog.
Not telling the truth.
I have to refer to my notes. I had a dog named Spot, and a little fox terrier. And of course when it died, I just cried and cried and cried, and I just thought that was the end of the world, but it wasn't. And then, let's see. Oh, some of the other highlights that I can remember, a lot of kids grew up going barefooted a lot, but in my family, we didn't go barefooted. But in a nice warm summer day, when the day was just right, and probably about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my mom, I'd be begging her for it, and she'd say, okay, you can take your shoes off for a little while, go barefooted. Well, I just can remember that was the most wonderful, exciting thrill to walk out front, walk down the steps, walk through the leaves or out on the sidewalk, nothing on my feet. And I thought, this is just heaven, just simply heaven on earth to walk like that. And so then we had the big street lights on Sycamore Avenue, and I used to ride, I had a 3-wheel tricycle, one of the big 3-wheel tricycles, and I must have been 5 and 6 at the time, and so
You were still riding a trike at that age.
I guess I was. And so I'd ride it at night up and down the street, and I'd come to these street lamps, and there'd be the bugs flying on, and I just love to sit there on the bicycle and look at all those bugs going around that lamp, and I thought that was kind of exciting. Well, let's
So
see,
did they have sidewalks, or were you actually in the street?
No, they had sidewalks.
Is that what you rode on, the sidewalks or the street?
The sidewalk.
Okay.
And then then I went to Enslin School. That was a little 2-room school, and there was all the 4 grades, first, second, third, and fourth would be in the same room. This row was first, that was second, third, and fourth. Miss Worrell was our teacher. And I guess I must have been kind of timid when I was little, because there was this class bully, and every time I'd have to walk home, which is about, as far as from here at the mailbox, I'd have to go down and through a canal and up, and I used to just dread going home every day, because there that bully was waiting for me down there, and in order to keep him from harassing me or beating me up, whatever it was, I would have to take things like gum or candy or a nickel or a penny or something like that, or a piece of candy, and so then I'd pay my debt and I could get the rest of the way home. And he never really beat up on me, but it was always that threat of I have to pay my way out of it. And so anyway, finally my dad one time, he finally sensed there was something wrong, so I told him, and then he waited for this fella and told him that he didn't want to see any more of that. Dad was nice about it, and he never bothered me anymore. But as the years went on, we went to high school together, and we had a lot of laughs over that.
Did he remember all that?
He says he sort of remembers, but not too much. And I grew up in high school being a lot bigger and a lot stronger than he was, and we just had a lot of laughs over that. And I see him every once in a while. His name was Stanley Samidian. In fact, his parents owned the Modesto Steam Laundry. And we still have a coat hanger in our closets. There's Modesto Steam Laundry, phone 93, 2 digits, 93 was the phone. That was back in those days.
So do you remember, I mean, so that was, you had phones at that time that had just 2 digits that you called on? Do you remember that?
Yeah, you called up and you said, I'd like to call the operator said, number please. And I'd say, I want 93, thank you. And that was how you
So
got.
you actually had to go through the
Oh, yeah,
operator each
operator.
time?
Yeah, we did that for years.
Oh.
Here too, didn't we?
Uh-huh.
Or no. When we were first married, we had the dial, didn't we?
And as I was growing up, I spent quite a bit of time with Grandma and Grandpa Petrick in Stockton. They lived at 422 East Pine. And the home
Two
is
Pine Streets then, Pine Street in Lodi and Pine Street in Stockton.
no School Street in Lodi.
Oh, School Street, okay.
And the house is still there. I've been back a couple of times to look at it. They've changed where the front door goes in. But anyway, Grandma and Grandpa were awfully nice grandparents. I was their only grandchild. So they used to really welcome for me to be there. And oh, it was a fun time. I'd sometimes go and spend a good part of the summer there, 4 or 5 days at a time and go home. Grandma and Grandpa used to always drive to Modesto every Thursday. And Grandpa had an old Willis Overland. And
Was that a car?
Oh, yeah. And,
well, I didn't know.
And he was limited to 35 miles an hour. Grandma would sit over there, and every now and then she'd lean over and say, Herman, you're going 40. And he'd have to slow down to 35. And of course, there was times, there wasn't much traffic then. And sometimes they'd even drive out to see Grandma Bess at Farmington, and I'd get to sit on Grandpa's lap and steer. And I thought that was just the best thing since ice cream, I guess. And Grandpa drove streetcar for this Stockton Municipal streetcar lines, and there's streetcar tracks all over Stockton. Aurora Street and El Dorado Street in California and Wilson Way and all the places there's streetcar tracks. And the car barn where they kept all the streetcars at night was out where Grandpa lived, further out on California Street. In fact, it's still there. A big grocery store is in there now. But Grandpa'd get up at work and go to work at 5:30 in the morning. And I would sleep in their room when I was sleeping. They had the old wind-up clocks, and every night I'd think, isn't that annoying? That clock was loud and go click, 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 click. And it was just, boy, it sounded like it was just a hammer on the top of your head clicking. But
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
and so anyway, I would go down at Grandpa's last run, go to clear out to South El Dorado Street. He'd finish up at 3:30, so at about 2:45, Grandma says, okay, you can go down to the corner. So it was just 2/3 of a city block down to the corner, and I'd stand there and wait for streetcar number 36 to come by, and he'd be seeing me waiting.
How old were you then?
Oh, probably 7. So, and of course, I'd go up there for 3, 4 years or 5 in a row. I was doing that each year, so probably from about 6 to 9. So Grandpa's streetcar come along, and I'd get on, and if Mr. Hooper, who was the superintendent, which he rode ever so often, wasn't on the streetcar, Grandpa would signal me, then I could go to the back and sit in the back end where the conductor sits, and I could ding the bell with my foot. Well, let it be known that that bell was well dinged when I was on that streetcar. Then when the streetcar reached the south end of the line, of course the streetcar is going one way and it just turns and starts and heads back. But you have to go out and take the electric line and switch it over to the next track. And you have to go along and throw all the seats the opposite direction, and then the car's ready to go the way and carry the changer to the other end. Well, every now and then Grandpa would be kind and he'd let me go along and switch all the seats for him and go out sometimes and move the rod, but very seldom he left me to do the changer, because if I ever dropped it and broke it, well, it would be awkward for him. So anyway, that was a lot of fun. I used to do that almost every day when Grandpa was there, or at the time when he was finished. Another thing that was kind of exciting at Grandpa's house, circuses were big in those days, and the circus would unload someplace at the railroad, and they would drive them down the street, which is California Street, right beside where Grandma and Grandpa lived, and drove them clear out to Oak Park. And so here come down the street, and I'd get to go watch all the tigers and all the lions and the cages, and the elephants were pulling all the carts. And
What would pull those carts?
The elephants.
The elephants?
Yeah, the elephants would pull the carts, and they had old trucks with the solid rubber tires, and once in a while they'd even have the old steam calliope fired up, even though they were just heading out, because people all come out and watch.
What's a steam calliope?
It's like a big old pipe organ, only it runs off of steam.
Oh.
And they'd press the buttons and steam would come out the pipes, and it'd have kind of a throaty sound.
Don't they have something like that, like at the carousel, like in
Yeah.
Santa Cruz?
Okay.
So anyway, that was some of the things that I would do there. I remember when I was real little, just probably, I don't know, 4 or 3 or 4, right in through there someplace. I was going through a little stage of kind of feeling my oats a little bit, and I was kind of showing them that I kind of knew what I was doing. And they just painted the house next door to us, and it was all fresh and white, and I had somehow gone out and found some clods and was throwing the clods at this white house and making a mess out of it. And Grandma saw it, horrified as she ran out there and stopped me and cleaned it up, and she was really disgusted with me for doing that, and she started scolding me, and I looked at her and I said, "See here, you better start perking up around here." And she tried not to laugh, but she thought that was funny, and it's funny thinking back. And then lots of times we'd be uptown, yeah, almost every day after Grandpa Petrie got home, we'd go uptown. Grandpa was the kind that always wanted to go uptown and have a beer. Grandpa loved his beer and have a liverwurst sandwich, so he'd go to the certain place uptown and
Every day?
Huh?
Every day?
No, not every day, but I'd beg him to go over and buy me a toy of some sort, because I was little then, and so we'd do that. And Grandma Petrie goes on, and he'd take a root beer out to her. In fact, they used to do that even when they lived here at Oakdale at the ranch. She'd stop at the club, which is what is now Bianchi's, and he'd bring her a root beer out to the car, and he'd
That used to be a
bar there called the club. And so, but anyway, let's see. They didn't want to hold my hand walking across the street, and I was getting old enough that I was tired of that, and so I said, "No, I'll hold my own hand." So I was holding that. Let's see, what else can I remember? Grandma Petrie had a beautiful yard. She just had it all, just flowers and cannas and zinnias, and she had little paths all going. She'd go out early in the morning and sweep those, so they were just swept with the dirt piled up the edges, little paths. And
each place she's lived, you mean?
yeah,
Or,
uh-huh.
Did she not have any lawns?
Yeah, they had a small lawn out front, and I can remember Aunt Carrie and Uncle Nelt used to drive up, and they had about a 22, 24, 26 open sides. They had no curtains on the side, Dodge touring car, and had a silent starter. And people back in those years will remember it. And when you go to leave, you never hear a starter. All of a sudden, the motor would just start running. And that was kind of unique to think, gee, everybody else had a starter, or a lot of people, even in those days, were still cranking their cars. Well, let's see, what else can I... The only sickness I had when I was little is they thought maybe I had rheumatic fever. They weren't sure in those days, and as the cure, you had to lay down and be quiet. So for almost a full year, I had to be quiet and couldn't get out and
so
play.
that before you went to school, or?
Oh yeah, that was before I went to school, I'm sure. And I had my tonsils out, I remember that. It's St. Joseph's Hospital. I was born there, St. Joseph's in Stockton. So anyway, let's see, Grandma Petrie could come down to Modesto when they lived in there, and I'll get to my notes here. When I was old enough there at Palm Avenue, or Sycamore, probably 8 years old or 9, it was the thing to do to sell magazines. My folks were struggling to make ends meet, so it wasn't that I had to get out and earn $1. It wasn't that so much, but they thought it would be good training. So at that time I sold Ladies' Home Journal and Liberty Magazine. And I think Ladies' Home Journal was a dime and Liberty was 5 cents. And my mom was a real stickler about telling me to be super polite to people, and even if people slam the door in your face or make some nasty remark about get out of here and like that, always just to emphasize, always thank them and be nice and try to be polite. So I used to go around and I'd walk the whole 4 or 5 blocks around my house selling this Liberty and magazines, and it wasn't very exciting. I remember I think, oh, there's those magazines again, I got to get out and sell. So we did that, and then what else?
Do you sell very many?
No, I wasn't a hotshot salesman. I remember there was a little car that used to come around the block once in a while, and I was selling, and it was called an Austin. And it was a little car with little wheels, and I thought, oh, I hope when I get old enough to drive, they still make those, because I want one of those. That was about 1934. Now, how would I be? I'd be 9 then. Okay, so that would be a 1934 model. So anyway, when the time come that I could drive, I would no more want that little Austin than I could fly. Well, trying to move along here, I'll see what else. We'd go out to Grandma Bess's ever so often, usually once every week or 10 days, and she lived out there on Sonora Road, and it was right at the edge of the pavement. The pavement stopped at their house, and it was just dirt road and gravel.
Now, where's Sonora Road? Is it?
Right from Farmington, you go
Okay,
straight
okay. That's what I mean. Just so you.
east of Farmington, about 3 miles. And back in those days, traffic was so sparse that anytime you could hear the rumbling of cars coming down the highway, or a car, everybody would get up and look, because that was a rare thing. The Sonora Road wasn't traveled very much. It was a very seldom traveled road. So any time you heard a car, that was really something to pick up and go check and see who it was. And in those days, lots of times, to do was to invite your neighbors to have dinner with you, or lunch, whatever it was. It was a neighborly thing to do, and I suppose even more so when they had horses and buggies years before that. But I remember Grandma Bess used to say, have an expression, FHB, and that FHB means family hold back. So whenever there was dinner and there wasn't quite enough because they had unexpected guests, well, she'd go around and whisper in each ear, FHB, FHB. And so anyway, the family would take smaller portions so there'd be enough. They didn't have electricity out there, so Grandma Bess had coal oil lamps. And on a coal oil lamp, you would turn them up just the optimum amount and you get your maximum light, but you could turn the flame up higher, and for a moment or two you get a lot more brightness, but it would soot up the chimney, the glass chimney. So every now and then I think, oh, it's dark in here, I think I'll just turn this up a little higher, and I turn it up and then get all black, and I think, ooh, that's no good. I'd turn it back down and pretend like, oh gosh, I don't know anything about it. And, oh, somebody's turned up the lamp in here, it's all black. Of course, when it was black, it wouldn't shine as much, so they used to have to, and they had the old outhouse. Everybody had to use the outhouse, and winter, rain, shine, or not. And Grandpa Bill milked a cow or two, so I'd walk out with him when he milked the cow. Now and then I need to tell you how you can feed the chickens, so I used to throw the seed out for the chickens. Everybody raised that, and they had the old cooler in the corner that had wet sacks over it, and they put water on it, and they didn't have refrigerators and their ice way out there, so they had to just use the old cooler. And I can remember one time they got their first radio. It was one of those old big black things with these dials, and go and whistle across, and you'd get this real faint station, and we'd always wait and listen to the 9 o'clock news with Glenn Hardy. And after the news was over, then Mom and Dad would head for home. We bought a 1933 Plymouth. It was a real nice car with the tires up front on the sides. Had no storage for trunk space in the back, but it was kind of a fancy looking car. Then in about, when I must have been about 10, we moved to the corner of Mensinger and Douglas. That's just west of McHenry, about where the car wash is. And we lived there, I don't remember how long. We didn't live there too awfully long. And then we moved over to Palm Avenue. The home is still there. It had a great big yard. The Hiltons lived on the corner. Harold Hilton used to play the Hammond organ. He was a fantastic player, and he'd play it so loud that it would just rattle the dishes in our house, but we liked it because he was a good player, and he played with a tremendous swing beat. His dad was very wealthy. They had half ownership with Everett Booth's dad in the Caterpillar Tractor Agency. So as this Mr. Hilton loved exotic fish, so he built a beautiful, beautiful fish aquarium. Oh, not quite the size of this living room, and it's all glass tanks all around, all built right into the wall. And he'd let you go in and look every now and then. They were, of course, beautiful fish, exotic fish, and they had an air compressor to supply the air for this aerator, whatever it's called, where the bubbles go up in the water. And this air compressor, through the wintertime, the oil would get cold, and it was right outside my window, oh, maybe 15 feet away. And the air compressor would try to start, and it couldn't make it because the oil was too thin, and then make another attempt to start, and another, and it go, and every night I'd have to listen to that 2 or 3 times at night if I was a while going to sleep. And each time it would maybe pick up a half a revolution or a revolution faster as it was warming up by starting to try to run. Well, eventually it would, and I think, oh, what a relief. That thing didn't blow a fuse, it didn't burn the motor out. Now I can relax. But living there at this Palm Avenue, I was a real person to want to, I think, quite like Rodney. In fact, I know it would be like Rodney. I loved to build things. I had a little shop down. We had a beautiful big basement. And I took my bicycle. My dad made canvas racks where I could hold stuff like a musical instrument and whatnot. And I'd ride my bicycle over to the Ulrich Shopping Center on Roseburg, which at that time was no shopping center, it was just a big furniture mill where they milled furniture and things. So I used to ask Jack Ulrich that lived there, if he was kind of one of the manager, if I could go through the wood bin and pick out wood scraps. Well, I did, and of course I'd come home with the biggest load you could ever imagine of wood scraps, and I'd neatly pile them in the little shop. And I had a jigsaw, I had a lathe, a table saw. We'd add these things and go along. And I'd even took an electric motor and I put an arbor on the end of it, and so I could squeeze a bit into it, and then I built a frame around it. So I took an electric motor and I made a power drill out of it. Well, that was quite a something. There was a few power drills around the country, but not very many. So I made a power drill, and I drilled holes and everything with that thing. And little by little, I had accumulated a real nice train set, and I built it was a cheap set, but it was real spread out, and it had switches. It had little levers like this to switch from this track to the next. So I would fasten a long stick down underneath it solid and a string over to where I was doing, and so I put big levers like this out of wood, and it would throw that little switch. So instead of walking over there and having to manually throw the switch, I could do this. Well, I had a whole console of controls here that had a jillion strings running underneath it, and half of them didn't work all that well, but I would keep after them till I made them work pretty good. And I would build things. I had an erector set where you take all the little nuts and bolts, you make a little Ferris wheel and motor and like that. And of course I would do all sorts of experimentation. For instance, when you run an electric train around a track, if you go too fast, it comes off. And I think to myself, if I could only straighten that track out and see how fast, I wonder how fast that train would actually go. I could just see Rodney experimenting that. So I had accumulated a lot of track. So in the basement, going from one end clear across the basement, it was a huge basement. I laid out probably 25, 28, I don't know, maybe 30 feet of straight track. Well, let me tell you, that engine flew, because I connected up, and now and then I would connect up 2 transformers to the same track, so we had twice the power. Well, that little engine was just smoking by the time we got the other end. But let me tell you, it was short-lived, because that engine was at the other end in a hurry. And I even had to have big pillows at the end, because it just pow into that pillow. So I built bridges and that sort of thing, and I was always one time, it's a wonder I just didn't cut my whole body in two, because I had a lathe that had a shaft sticking out the side, and I built a drum set out of wash tubs and things, and I'd take the animals that would die, either a cow, or in fact one time it was a horse, and I would take the skin off and I'd put it in lye, and I'd take the hair all off, and then I'd stretch it wet over these tubs and put baler wire on it. When it dried, it was boom, 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 boom. So I made this drum set. I must have been maybe first year in high school by this time, and but I had somebody given me a real cheap cymbal, and it was too thick, and it would clunk, clunk instead of jing like they're supposed to. So I screwed that onto the end of this lathe and tightened up with a bolt. So here this sharp thing was going around and around, and I took a file as it was filing, and I would, instead of filing like this, I let the spinning of that do the work. Well, you could just see the stuff just flying off like that, and here I was breathing all those fumes of that microscopic brass. I didn't have trouble from that. But here this thing was just whipping around and spinning, and I was grinding, and that edge was just almost razor sharp, but I never did. I was safe on it.
So did your mom ever say anything to you about that, or?
She probably didn't know
Yeah,
what he was doing down there.
she didn't realize what was going on down there. I didn't pay that much attention. She didn't pay that much attention. But I had to learn the hard way that experience it's got its place in life. We had hogs at the ranch here, and we used to have to wheel feed down to the hogs, and they were in the feed shed, by the way. That's why the feed shed was built, to raise hogs and sheep. So, as one time I said to my dad, I think I'll build a cart to wheel feed down at the other end. So fine, and so I got the box all made, and it come time to put wheels under it. Well, here's where experience comes in, and I didn't know, and I wasn't that bright at that time of knowing right from wrong. I was starting to mount a little axle on each side of my wagon wheel. Now, the wagon wheel was about this big around and about that wide, and of course the box was 6 feet long and 4 feet wide. Well, if you put a wagon wheel this big around, means the box sits on half of that. In a 6-foot box, that means the box would only tip just slightly. You'd be bumping that into the ground or this ground, and I put a nice handle on it like that. My dad come along and says, "Leonard, you need big wheels. You got to get that up on." Oh, no. He said, "Besides, the wheels would sink in the feed shed and the mud, the manure and things like that. Oh, gee, I pull the wagon out, and I remember arguing with him. I pulled the wagon with a big load of dirt, and then it's fine. And well, my dad tried to reason with me, and I had my mind made up. All the wagons and wheels and worked fine. So anyway, he says, well, okay. Well, I built the thing, and it was a 100% failure. It was totally useless because of the little wheels. Well, I finally put big wheels in. It was all right after that. And then I was old enough to want to get more mechanized. So somehow or other, I acquired this. Are you zooming in for? Anyway, I acquired this 6-volt battery. Well, I made a little box in the back of my bicycle, and I mounted this 6-volt automobile battery on the back. So now I had an automobile headlight that wasn't too big. It looked reasonably all right, and so that would hang out in front, so that when I ride my bicycle, I rode it for about a year or two, clear across Modesto, clear out to the golf course on Tuolumne Boulevard for county band practice, which was at night. So anyway, I had a nice big automobile headlight out there, and then I'd ride it to school quite a bit of the time. Some of the time I'd ride the school bus. And by the way, Les Morrow's dad was my bus driver. So anyway, we all zoomed in now for a little.
Well, I did just for a second there.
Yeah, they might. Somebody's watching. They want to have it zoomed in for a while.
Okay. You know, why don't you say that, you know, when you lived in Modesto, then you came out here daily to work out here?
In 1933, my dad bought the ranch, and we paid. It was for sale for $20 an acre, and it had wheat on most of it, and we took a $3 an acre wheat crop off, so we netted out only $17 an acre for this ranch. That was in 1933, and we almost didn't get this ranch. A few days before my dad signed the papers, or I think my dad had signed the papers on a Friday, and then Sunday we went up to Grandma Bess's, and some of Mitt and Mabel's relatives from Ceres, Mitt would be my dad's brother, and his wife, they had relatives there, and my dad was telling them about this nice ranch and how reasonable it was, and it was owned by a bank in Los Angeles that had been foreclosed, and what a good deal it was. Well, that was on a Sunday. My dad signed the deal on a Friday with a real estate man in Modesto. So the following Monday, I guess unbeknownst to my dad, they went down and called the bank in L.A. and told them that they would take it, this place. So the bank says, well, fine, we'll consider it a sale. So in the meantime, passing en route was the paperwork that the real estate man in Modesto had signed and sent down. So the real estate man, they were told down south that, the real estate company down there told, the bank told the real estate man that they'd sold it. And they got to check, well, when did you do this? Well, we did it on a Monday. Well, the real estate man said, we signed the deal on a Friday. Well, the bank backed down, and we was able to keep the
So it was
ranch.
actually your brother, your
My dad's brother's wife's relatives.
Okay, that almost bought it.
Yeah,
then.
almost bought it. Well, that was a very touchy thing in the family for a while, because my dad was really disgusted about that. And
Because they knew that he
yeah,
had done that?
Yeah, they knew that we had bought it, and they tried to get it away by calling the bank personally and say, hey, we'll take the ranch. And they didn't know that a real estate man Friday had signed it. We bought it. So in the meantime, they said, oh, well, good, right? You bought it, that sort of thing. But then the real estate man says, no, that ours superseded that. So anyway, in fact, right in front of our house, right on that fence that runs right in front of us, I can remember the harvester going by there, and I went out and got on and rode 2-3 rounds. So there was wheat right in front of our house here when they bought the ranch. None of it was in irrigation. It was all just kind of a little bit of rolling grounds, except fields number 3, 4, and 5. They were fairly level, and somebody come along years later and said that back in the early 20s, that they cut rice out there so that they'd been raising rice back then.
But this house wasn't here at that time?
Oh, no.
Okay.
In fact, the ranch house where Don's living was sitting where the palm tree is, right beside the palm tree. And so it was picked up and turned counterclockwise and set down again where it is now. And the reason they wanted to move it was because it meant that all traffic and cattle trucks and everything would be coming right around 5 feet or 6 feet from the house every time a truck went by, which is not very exciting.
So was the lane always here then?
Yeah, the lane was always through here. Well, I'll get telling more about the ranch, but I'll get back to a few more things.
Okay.
And I used to ride my bicycle to high school, or I'd ride this school bus, whichever. Bill Vaccaro lived right down the street, and sometimes we'd ride the school bus together, or he would get a ride with somebody else, and he'd come by the house, and I'd wave to him. He raised chickens down the street there where he lived. Their home is still there. Let's see, now I used to go to county band practice, and then I started playing the trumpet when I was in the 5th grade. Yeah, 5th grade's when I switched to John Muir School. I was living at Palm Avenue, and I lived when I started playing the trumpet, took lessons. In fact, when I got into high school, first year when I was in high school, 1939, I got to play with the county band, and we went to the World's Fair, International Exposition on Treasure Island in San Francisco. And not too long ago, there was a special on that, and there was all these bands, and I kept looking to see if our band was one of them, but I still remember playing there in 1939 at the International Exposition. I met Craig in the 7th grade in Bruceville, and we struck up a friendship, and we've been friends ever since. Oh, one thing I forgot to say about Mom and Dad. When we lived there at 515 Sycamore, they were just struggling to make ends meet, and yet there was just enough money that once a week, Saturday night, usually Dad would treat Mom out to the new Canton Grill on 10th Street. That's kind of was kitty across the street from where McMahon's is right now, and they had Chinese food there.
Is
And
it
they
still there?
No. Woolworths is there, and then a big parking lot in back of the Hotel Houston. So they used to go uptown every Saturday night and have Chinese noodles, and I can remember it was 35 cents a bowl. And they didn't afford the fancy restaurants, but that was inexpensive, and they liked it too. But we did splurge one time, not at a fancy place, but we lived high on the hog for a while. In one of my dad's accounts in the cannabis business, the guy owed him some money and he couldn't pay it. So my dad kept dinging him about it for a year or two, and he had an old South 7th Street, which was more of an important road than it is now. Right now it's not much, but at that time it was more of an important road. This guy had an old railroad diner. It was an old streetcar converted, and they featured T-bone steaks. Well, at that time I think it was 95 cents for a T-bone steak dinner. And Dad says, well, I'll tell you what, he says, I'll just take it out and trade. So for one whole summer, every night or two, maybe once a week, we'd go out and have a steak dinner. And we just used to think that was just really something special to do that. In the course of living in Modesto, my folks moved the business. They moved it to J Street. Then it was moved onto 9th Street. And then my dad's brother, my dad took on a partner about 1940, 39 or 40. He was spending so much time out here at the ranch that he couldn't really devote enough time to the business. We dropped the luggage business, by the way. We had a luggage store right north of the Central Drug Store, right on 10th Street. In fact, you could just look out and look at the Bank of America kitty corner across. And I used to go down there and... Somebody here? I was just going through looking at some of the things that I told about. One thing I forgot when we were little and lived there in Palm Avenue is my folks every year used to go up to the Klamath River fishing. And I can remember that 1933 Plymouth. My dad would pack everything in the back until it would be level with the back of the seat to the back window. There'd be about that much room between there and the ceiling. And I used to crawl in there, and we'd leave at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I used to love it because the rumble of the car driving down the road, and I could just sleep and sleep. Well, we would go up to the Klamath River, and I used to just love for my dad to, there was a lot of the big river was here and the ocean was out farther, but there was little sloughs that came back in, and they were 3-4 feet deep, maybe 10 or 15 feet wide. And I would just love to flex my muscles rowing a boat. And so I would just row this thing up and back and turn corners and go like a booger, and I just have blisters on my hands, but that was just an awful lot of fun. And that was, I can remember another thing at 515 Sycamore, so I must have been probably close to 8 or 9 at this time. My folks, for a birthday present, and bought me a brand new, at that time it was a big high-wheeled Columbia bicycle, and had the handlebars that came up like this. Is there somebody out there? Anyway, I used to just think that was, they brought me in the front door, and there it was sitting on its kickstand, and I used to think, oh man, in fact they didn't have kickstands in those days. They had the stand that was out in back, and you rolled the bike straight up, and the bicycles were always straight on the rear stand. But that was so neat. I think, oh man, I've got a brand new bicycle.
How old were you?
Oh, probably 8 or 9. That was my first bicycle. And then I can remember being over at Palm Avenue, and my dad bought me a brand new Schwinn, and at that with the big steer horn handlebars. And at that time, Schwinn was the Lincoln or the Cadillac of bicycles, and I had one that had a handbrake out front, and to have a bicycle with a brake in front was really special. And I can remember one time I had just gotten it, and Bill Chapman lived across the street, and Bill was always kind of was a little bit antagonistic, and 2-3 days went by, and Bill never said anything about my bicycle, and I was so proud of it, and I kept thinking, doesn't he see it? My gosh, here I'm sitting on this bicycle, and a front handbrake, and the big tires, and the steer on hand, and he doesn't say anything. Well, I'm not going to say anything. So a couple of days later, I was riding down closer to Everett Booth's house, and I saw Everett standing out in the street talking to Bill Chapman and a couple other boys, and I thought, oh, there's those guys. None of them have seen my new bicycle yet, except Bill Chapman. Well, little did I know that Bill Chapman says, oh, here comes Leonard with his new bicycles. Don't say anything about his new bike. So I didn't know this, so I drove up, and I kept thinking, gosh, you guys, you see my new bicycle? Don't you see it? And well, what do you think of it, and all that sort of thing. And finally, bless his heart, Everett spoke up and says, Leonard, I like your bicycle. And I thought, oh, and I've never forgot that, to think what a nice thing that he did to do that. And Everett and I used to play together some, not too much, but some. And he was a year ahead of me in school. But I used to go over to his place, and their family was quite well to do, and he had a nice horse, saddle horse, and right there in town. They were at the edge of town, so they could keep a horse. And I used to ride it every so often and think that was a lot of fun too. And then there was a vacant lot across from Everett's house, and we used to go out there, and it was nice and easy digging.
Now, what street was this?
Well, Everett lived on Magnolia, I think, and it was close to me when I lived at Mensinger and Douglas. And we used to dig caves, and it's a wonder we didn't dig ourselves into something falling down and trapping, because we had caves where we'd go as far as me at the fireplace, all underground with 2 feet of soil over the top of us. And it was like a neighborhood rivalry in fun, but they were the enemy, and we were this enemy over here. And so we put up tin shields and like having forts. And dumb kids, we would take and find clay, and we'd build a fire and make these clay balls, and when they'd cool, they were just hard like a rock. And that was our ammunition, and we'd be like we were going to throw it at the enemy's caves. And I don't remember us ever doing that, but if we ever got hit in the head with that, it would have just knocked us out or killed us, because they were terrible. But there was no hostility. It was more of a fun competition. Well, let's see. That's a couple things that I'd talked about there. I wish you could get your notes in order so you could. Oh, here's another thing that I used to do. Once in a great while, I'd go up with Grandma Petrick to around Orland, and what we used to call our toys, Williams, Maxwell, in that area. And I had an aunt that lived up there, Aunt Claire, and right out in front of their house was a big main north and south Southern Pacific high-speed train track, where all the they didn't have streamliners, but the steam engines would pull passenger trains at 60, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. Well, we'd go out there, and I guess my parents maybe didn't quite realize we were doing this. Mom and Dad, of course, was clear back in Modesto.
Who's we?
Me and Milo. Aunt Claire's sister or brother's son, I guess it was Milo Ingram. And he and I were about the same age, so we'd play together. So we'd go out and we'd put our ear to this track and see if we could hear a train coming. And in those days, the train didn't travel with the headlight on except at night. So we couldn't hear anything. We'd pretend like we'd try, and finally we'd see in the distant future all the smoke and steam. We could tell a train was coming. Well, they lived way out in the middle of a big open expanse, so the train would be doing 70, 80, 90 miles an hour when it went past there. So we would see how close we could get to that track and lay beside it while this train went roaring by.
Oh.
And we would dare ourselves to get a little bit closer. Well, of course, here's this big speeding steam train. We never ever thought of or expected any wreck or anything like that. But anyway, here was that terrific buildup of noise and steam and noise, and fine, coming by with that big thing, and we'd be, maybe 6 or 10 feet away from the track, laying there, and you could just feel all the wind and sand would be traveling with it. And we think to ourselves, gee, that was exciting. We was only about 6 or 8 feet away from that thing, laying here on our back, watching all that go flying by.
Awful.
And it's terrible, but
Well, it's the one who didn't suck you into it, too.
well, I can remember some of my parents one time or another said never stand close straight up when a train's going by because the vacuum can suck. But we were laying down, so it was better. Oh, another thing, when we lived in Modesto in Palm Avenue, no, excuse me, on Sycamore, ever so often, Mom and I would go out to that railroad track that's right beside the Ulrich Shopping Center, and right there at that street on
That'd be
Virginia,
the Roseburg Shopping Center.
Roseburg Shopping Center now, we'd catch what's called the interurban car. It was like a streetcar, only it was electric streetcar, and it ran all the way to Stockton. And it went through Escalon, across the rivers and everything, and finally ended up in Stockton. We'd go see Grandma Petrick and Grandpa up there. So we'd go out and stand here to come. We'd get on, and that thing would putt along about 30, 35 miles an hour all the way to Stockton. So we used to... speaking of, we have turkeys now, but the funny thing is when my dad had the canvas business on 9th Street, he used to make up thousands and thousands and thousands of turkey saddles. And turkey saddle is a piece of canvas that's shaped kind of like this, came out like that, and around, and had a couple elastics. And they put that on over the top of the saddle across their backs and keep the other turkeys, I guess, from pecking them, as far as I know. I was too little to remember then, but anyway, I can remember seeing my dad putting canvas maybe that thick on a table and have big sharp knives, and he'd be sawing with a piece of plywood the outline of that turkey saddle, and then they would make thousands.
Have you ever told Don that?
No.
So now, did he actually do the sewing of it?
My dad did the sewing, put the binding all around the edge and that sort of thing, and then...
Whatever happened to those old sewing machines?
Well, they were sold to Minden.
When he bought them?
Yeah, my dad's brother Mitt bought the business about 1940 or something like that, and then my dad got out of it, and then Minden took over. And
Didn't he still have it when you were in high school?
Yeah, I guess so. It must have been 42, 43 he still owned it. So we lived in Modesto on Palm Avenue, and Dad would drive out every day to the ranch, except for days that he had to be down to the store. If he was down at the store, he'd work there for a while, and then he'd come out to the ranch. And of course, many, many, many days after school, I was so anxious to be out to the ranch that I would get on my bicycle and ride 16 miles out, and it took me always just 1 hour. And so I would average 16 miles an hour all the way out, which is, you know, those old balloon-tired bicycles, that was nothing to pedal easy like the new little tiny tires are. But, oh, I used to just pedal like a son of a gun coming out here.
And for no speeds on your bike, or was it?
No, but I had a racing sprocket on the back, which means you didn't have to turn too awfully fast. You could go pretty fast.
What route would you come?
Oh, about Palm Avenue, and then to Sunrise, and down Sunrise, and out, where that clubhouse was, Sylvan, out Sylvan, and down to Clarabelle, and on out that way. And then, of course, I'd spend almost all summer out here with Grandma and Grandpa. Grandma used to cook the biggest. Grandma and Grandpa moved out here in about 1934 or 5, I guess, something like that.
After he retired.
After he retired. Grandpa Petrie drove a streetcar for 36 years in Stockton. And then he moved out to the ranch, and they moved the house. They lived in the tank house for a while. I can remember we still had the old red lantern out in the back porch. It was an old red lantern about this with a big lens, about that big around. That was their only light at night for reading, doing anything they had to do, because there was no electricity in it. And so they got along with that way for almost a matter of months, I guess, that they lived in there. And the old water tank was always above them. They always hoped that it was full of water at that time, and of course all gravity fed. So then they moved into the house where they're at now.
After it had been moved?
Oh yeah, after it had been moved. And Grandpa kind of helped my dad operate the ranch, and he was more or less just somebody to be on the ranch.
Caretaker.
Kind of caretaker. And let's see, what else can I think of? Put it in my notes, I guess. One thing that when I was in, I think, 7th grade, we had a play, and the play was about Fibber McGee. Fibber McGee was like George Burns is now, only Fibber McGee was a a comedian, and his wife's name was Molly, and it was Fibber McGee and Molly. Well, they had a comedy. Of course, there was no television then; it was all on the radio. But every week when he had his radio show, he would pick a certain letter like B or J or R or T, and he'd have a whole lingo that he would say using the word T or S or what happened to be. Well, we had this school play, and I was to be Fibber McGee. And of course, I had to learn this long thing, and I've never forgot it. But at that time in the school, the play, it came to my turn to say it. I was Slipshod McGee, I was known as in them days. Slipshod McGee, the most scouting scout that ever scouted the scent of a stumbling, spelling skunk on a scorching summer day after sailing with a seasick scout on an ocean saturated with sparkling shafts of seaweed. From Shanghai to Singapore, I sent fingers and sissies with a sailor and a scab on the end of a snozzle. I ended bound on surf, looking like sophisticated, supercilious, sawtooth, scandalous Scotch supercilious sarcophagus. And
My.
there's 2-3 other little tidbits in there that was more than that, and I forgot them, and I can't remember what they were, but that's the most of the whole thing.
So
I
they
wasn't
think you did a good job?
Oh, I guess so. It drew a lot of laughs. I wasn't much for school plays. I pretty much got, at the 7th grade, I was playing in the band, so that kind of took me out of the plays.
How about your violin career?
Oh, okay. We were living on Palm Avenue. I must have been 7, 6, 5, I don't know, right into probably 7, 6. And Leonardo Freestrom was the head violinist in the Modesto Symphony, and old world Italian violinist, and he gave lessons, and so Mom thought it would be nice if I would take lessons. So Mom, having played violin, and my dad, they worked with me the very first day. I was to go once a week for a lesson. So during that week, they had me practicing, and I just knew what I was going to do, and I played it just so good and so fast. So then come time for the group lesson. It was a group lesson, and they lined about 6 of us up there and put the music up, and they said, he got up there and he says, "All right, now." And he went like this and was going to have everybody play it kind of slow. Well, I knew it well, so I just was playing fast, just passing everybody up and just playing it. Well, that wasn't the thing to do, because I quick learned to that. Then I took piano lessons from...
Now, did you continue on then with your violin?
Not very much longer. I don't know why it was, but I didn't. And then I took piano lessons from Mrs. Downing, and never forget, she was the kind that would start out right, and her pen almost go straight, and you just almost have to guess what from the capital C that she must have meant commence or something like that. And so that was, I took piano for quite a little while. And then I started trumpet in about the 5th grade, and I remember I was a traffic patrol person, whatever they're called, and it come time to be picked to be captain. Well, all of a sudden I perked up and I thought, gee, if I'm extra attentive to everybody and the incumbent captain, maybe I'll be recommended for this. So man, I turned on the charm, and I was trying to be extra this, and I'd go out of my way to do this, but I didn't get captain when I was picked. I was still a traffic patrolman, but it was kind of a letdown. But well, let's see what else is traffic code. Told them about that. Drill, told them about that. The wheels, 1933 Plymouth. To charge this battery that I used to take on my bicycle, I found somebody had thrown away an old generator, and I took this old generator and took the same motor that I have the electric made the drill on. I pulled the motor out, put a pulley on there, run it to this generator, and I could charge my battery. So that thing would go down. Mom would say, "Are you charging that battery again?" Because it would vibrate through the house, and yeah, I'm charging it. And then I'd carry it up and put it on the bicycle. Now, one thing that I did build that I think I should have deserved some credit someplace on, to the best of my ability, I built the first power lawnmower that I'd ever seen. And we had this big yard, and it was a heck of a yard, and it was Bermuda grass, and it was a terrible thing to mow. And lawnmowers in those days had steel wheels, and my dad had a big mower. It was, I think, 18 or 20 inches wide, and most mowers were very narrow but in those years. But then this was the old reel mower that went round and round. So I kept thinking, gosh, why do I have to push that mower? It was a killer to push. So this was all my own idea. I had seen nobody else do this, but I took a hacksaw, and where the reel went around at the end, I cut a little V groove almost at the end of the blade, and I spun the reel around and cut another V, and each blade so now I had a V all around that thing, and I took it apart and slipped a belt over it, so now the belt was running in that V, which would mean it could turn that reel. So I took the same drill motor and took the pulley out, same pulley I drove the generator, and mounted it up on the handle of this lawnmower, turned it on, and boy, that reel was just flying out there. So I had a long extension cord, and I run it out through the window, and I went out and started putting, it wasn't self-propelled, I had to push it, but boy, talk about neat. People would come from near and far to see this boy in his power lawnmower. Well, everybody had said, gee, that was the first one I've ever seen of that, and gosh, where'd you get the idea, and all that sort of thing. So I felt kind of important. And every so often somebody would pull up out front, oh, you're the guy that's got, I heard about that. So anyway, I cut lawn like you wouldn't believe around there, and well, that lawn got cut every 2 days, it seemed like, because I was anxious to use that new lawnmower. Okay, what else? Well, we're getting about almost close to the time when I started meeting Mom, and so it'd be nice to kind of bring her in this, where she could start telling. She mentioned some of the things that, when I started high school, one reason I've never gotten quite involved in sports to know all of them, the basic, rules of sports, is because I think you have to kind of grow up doing the sports, playing the football, playing the basketball, playing the baseball. When I got into high school in 1939, I think the year before I got there, there'd been a kid that had been hurt real bad in the eye, and they didn't have break-proof glasses or shatterproof glasses, and his eye was hurt bad. And they got panicky. The schools didn't have near the clout that they do now to stand up against lawsuits. So they just said all kids that wore glasses, and you couldn't see without them, couldn't go out for sports. You could do things that were easy, ping pong, handball, jog, and things like that, which I did all. I played handball almost all 4 years of school, high school. And so anyway, when I started wearing my glasses, in fact, I can remember the first time I went into Dr. Gray on McHenry on 10th Street. As you sit back there the first time, my vision had gotten poor so gradually that I didn't realize that it was that bad. You just didn't know there was anything any different. But I remember that I could never see people across the street. I always had to sit in the first row. And at that time, the schools would now and then have an eye test, and then they'd send a notice home that this boy needs glasses. Well, I don't know whether the mother realized it was so bad, because she was a good attentive mother, but somehow it got slipped up that I didn't get glasses. So when I went in, they put the big E up on the board, that big E, the optometrist did, and I couldn't tell whether it was an E or a B. And he looked around at my mom, and I can remember her shock that he looked around and says, why, this boy's blind. Of course, Mom just came in glued to think that she could have let that get so bad so long. Well, when they finally fitted me with glasses and I stepped outside that first day, it'll be a thrill I never forgot, because the whole world was clear, bright, shiny. Everything was distinct, clear, in focus. I could wave, oh, there's Pete over there, there's John, and before I couldn't. If I recognized their voice, I'd know who they were, but that was all. So it was a great thrill to have that. So in one of the sports in school you could do without glasses was boxing. So they had a regular boxing gloves in class. So anyway, I had a little punching bag my folks gave me at home, and so I practiced a lot. So I took up boxing like that, and we had a lot of fun. Nothing bad or anything like that, except one time I got knocked out. And I can remember waking up and see all these feet right up around my face, and I thought, oh, criminy, I've been knocked out.
That was the end of his boxing career.
Yeah, speaking.
Butterfield, was that his name?
Yeah, Bob Butterfield. I never.
Was he Oakdale or
no? He was, I don't know whatever become of him. I can remember one thing I forgot to tell. It was Christmas time, and it was at Grandma Petrie's house. I must have been, I don't know, maybe 4, something like that, and I still believed in the Santa Claus. And of course, it was Christmas Eve, and Grandma and Grandpa were there, and Mom and Dad were there, and they kept saying, gee, Santa Claus will be by any minute. And oh, I was just, man, I was ready for that, and oh, it was so exciting, I couldn't wait. And it's, oh, Santa Claus is coming, oh, we better be ready. Oh yeah, I'm ready. Well, all of a sudden, as this evening was getting moment by moment waiting for Santa Claus, Grandma Petrie says, oh, Leonard, I need you in the kitchen to help me with something. So I dashed in there, and we did whatever we had to do in the kitchen, and I must have been gone longer than I realized. I got back in, and Santa Claus had been there. and all the presents were at on the radio. We didn't have television. It was where the radio was in the corner. And I thought, oh my gosh, why did I have to be out of the room right when Santa Claus was there? Because I kept thinking, oh, I think Santa Claus was just here. I hear the bells. Do you hear him? Do you hear the bells? No, and I was frantically listening, and I couldn't hear. And there was a present, and we looked in the front room, and the window was still open, and the ladder was there where Santa Claus had come up. And I thought, oh, darn, why did I have to be in the kitchen at that moment? It was terrible. But anyway, I got over that. And Grandma Petrick used to serve every Sunday that my folks would come up for dinner. She'd always get the same thing. I'll never forget, always 3/4 rump roast. And Grandma used to cook it quite dark, and the gravy was much darker than what I'd been used to at home, and that was the way and it was real nice dinners, but anyway, and she had the old wooden sink boards. I can remember now they have tile and linoleum and formica, but those days had the old wood tops, and every now and then they'd get kind of older looking, and you couldn't varnish them because you didn't put varnish on them. I know you had a scraper, and you'd have to scrape that wood like the butcher shops used to do on the chopping blocks. They'd scrape the wood kind of down to the wood, and Grandma would do that. I'm kind of skipping around, but I'm thinking of things that I remember one time I took ag mechanics in high school, and speaking of the number 13 as being lucky, a lot in my life was very lucky. My whole life has been lucky, just from one end of it to the other. But I remember at that time I was standing on number 13 for roll call in ag mechanics. I had shop cubbyhole, pigeonhole locker number 13. There was something else 13.
School bus.
Oh, I rode school bus number 13 at that time. And in gym, we had to line up for roll call, and I was number 13 in this gym.
Your birthday was on the 13th.
And my birthday was on the 13th too. But anyway, in mag mechanics, there was times when I didn't have a particular job from the ranch that I was working on, and so rather than just sit around, they'd have you do something for the school, make this or build that or something like that with supervision. So this one time the school had bought some of this beautiful, clear, straight, prime, extra high quality lumber to make some nice racks for one of their school ag pickups. So it was 16-foot lumber, and the racks were to be 8 feet long. Well, I didn't have any expertise on knowledge about lumber when you buy it, and I didn't know that it would come 16 feet 3 inches or 16 feet and 4 inches. So anyway, I'd take very carefully measure out 16 feet and put a mark, and I'd cut that board. Well, then I thought, good, well, there's one. Well, the other that was left off would be 16, and then I needed something to measure another 16 foot with, so I'd just take that that was left and set it on the new board and mark it. So here I was picking up an 8 foot cut in half, which was with the 3 inches left over, so now it was 8 feet and 3 inches that I set down to mark with. Well, then I'd pick up that piece. Well, anyway, when I got through and was ready to start putting it together, some of them were a foot longer, some of them were a foot too short, and it was a mess. And I thought to myself, oh, how could I have done that? I should have known what a lesson I learned and how embarrassing. I've got to go tell Mr. Walker. And he wasn't very happy about it, but he wasn't abusive or anything like that. And so another job I can remember, lack of experience, this is growing up, I made a wool tamping machine. It's a 4x4, it's on 4 corners, about 8 feet high. It's got a big circle cut on the top of a ladder. And you carry wool that we cut off a sheep, we dump it down in this big wool bag, and you climb down inside, you pack the wool, and pack it when it got full, you take out. Well, anyway, I made one of those at school, and it come time to paint it. And I thought, well, gee, I'm going to really do it up really great. So instead of painting like anybody else would, up on top where it was flat and the paint had laid there, I took the can and I just poured the paint all over it. So it was maybe 1/4 of an inch thick. And I kind of just shove it and shove it and shove the paint like that. And of course, every now and then it just run down. But for the most part, well, the next day I came there and it was still sloppy wet. And the next day, and the next day, and the next day. Well, that paint being 1/4 of an inch thick wouldn't dry. And so I kept thinking, gee, what am I going to do here? Well, eventually it finally got dry enough I could take it out to the ranch. Well, we just started using it, and way down into that 1/4 of an inch was paint, and it would slip, and people get paint on it. And I'll never forget that was really a big lesson to learn.
You haven't said anything about the sheep.
Oh, yeah. When, as far back as I can remember, it must have been back when we lived there on Palm Avenue. Of course, we had the Farmington Ranch. My dad was given that when the 3 brothers and Beta were all growing up. My dad offered the farm machinery to whoever wanted it, and the Farmington Ranch, and the
You mean your grandpa built this?
yeah, and the 280, which was Grandma Bess's property, and the 160 where Minden lived. Well, each brother picked what they wanted, and each one finally made a change or a switch or two. And my dad finally ended up with the Farmington Ranch because my dad was the oldest, and he said, "Well, you guys, whatever you don't want, I'll take." And my dad was kind of supposed to be noted for being agreeable, and whatever's left over, I don't care. So he ended up with the Farmington Ranch. So we had 1,500 head of ewes eventually up there, and they would lamb and have their lambs there in the wintertime. But in the spring, in the summer, I should say, after the feed dried up there, we would drive them on foot. There wasn't much cattle trucks in those days. A few, but it was, I don't know, people just drove cattle every place they wanted to take them, which wasn't very far, or you drove your sheep. So we had a herder, and he lived up there and had a little cook shack, and my dad would go up once a week and take him all the supplies he needed. And so we would drive these sheep down to Hickman for the, what it's called, after the harvesters harvest, there's all the grain that didn't get thrashed properly and then laying on the ground and made good feed, and you get it for little or nothing. Do you have to zoom in once in a while for, okay. So anyway, we would start and we'd drive our sheep, and we'd leave the Farmington Ranch and we'd come right straight up over the hill. We get permission to go through, can't think of the name of the ranch, doesn't matter. And we'd come out there at the Conway Ranch where those red houses were and the walnut orchards on both sides. And we'd drive clear through, and we'd make the first stop at the corrals just north of Oakdale, right there where it takes off to go up the reservoir. Used to be big railroad corrals, and we'd get that far in one day. But in traveling, getting that far, occasionally we'd have a car that would need to get through the sheep. And so it was my job to kind of run along with that, have some kind of little noisemakers, and the car would follow me, and I'd work my way clear through. There wasn't, of course, near the traffic, not even a fraction of the traffic that we have nowadays. And those old back roads out of Farmington, there was hardly any traffic, but about every 2, 3, or 4, or 5 minutes here come a car. And then we had a dog that was, Bob, his name was, and his mother and dad was the Grand National Champion in Australia 2, 3 years in a row, and the man moved to Patterson, and he was telling my dad, because he sold sheep then, my dad was a sheep buyer, he said, "Harvey, you should get one of these pups." Way back in the 30s, they were $100 a pup, and they had natural bobtails, and they were just really valuable. Of course, $100 back in 1934, or 35, 36 would probably be about like 2,000 or 3,000 now. Anyway, so he gave one of those dogs to my dad, and he says, "You'll never have to train that dog. That dog is bred."
Did he buy it, or he gave it to him?
He gave it to my dad. So anyway, we brought it home, and of course he was just human around here. I'll tell you some of the things that he would do. But Bob lots of times would take the cars through. He knew, he'd done it so many times, he knew what to do. So we'd let maybe 1 or 2 cars pile up, and we'd say to the driver of the car, "Start driving along here on the right-hand side of the road and keep going, and just follow the dog, and he'll just keep going back and forth and clear a path, but you kind of keep up right behind him so the sheep won't get back into you, behind you." Well, Bob would just weave back and forth and take those cars clear at the other end. Those sheep may be strung out for, a good quarter of a mile, maybe closer to a half a mile, maybe almost as far as from here at the mailbox. And the car would follow, and then he'd jump into the fence and run through the fields back so he wouldn't bother the sheep, and he'd be just looking up and just, did I do good, and ready for the next, and he just never would wear out. Some of the other things, I'll tell about the sheep coming through Oakdale. Well, then we'd get up the next morning at just the crack of daylight, and we'd come through Oakdale, and right at the A Street, the first street, we'd turn and go east about 2 blocks, or 3, I don't remember which it was, and then we'd come all the way through town, and then back out again by the cannery, and then down the highway. And it wasn't unusual at all in those days to run across a band of cattle or a band of sheep, so it was very commonplace then to see that. But one year we came into Oakdale, and those old ewes had made this trip so much that they knew exactly where they were going. They knew exactly where to make their turns. You didn't even have to turn them. They just knew to turn down the street. Well, this one year we came into Oakdale, and that particular street they were repaving, and we had to go over another street. Well, we had the darndest time to get those sheep. No, we go this street. We finally got them over, but it was a heck of a battle to get them to change. Then we'd drive them here to our place the next night, and then the following morning we'd head out to the stubble fields. So anyway, this one time our herder uh, came to my dad one time and said, Harvey, we're missing some sheep. Somebody's stealing them. And so the herder would be down at the corrals, and the sheep would kind of drift out, and they'd bed down and sleep at night, just, 300, 400, 500 feet away, sometimes even further up on the hill. Well, so my dad says, well, you better start counting them for sure. And so he'd count them, and he says, yeah, we're short 3 tonight. We're short 2 last night, or the night before we was short 1, and that 3. Well, my dad said, well, what are we going to do about it? So the herder says he had a 30-30 rifle that once in a while during the daytime he'd shoot off to put powder smell in the area to keep coyotes away from the sheep getting the little lambs. So this one night he went out and slept with the sheep over the hill, kind of. So sure enough, about 2 in the morning, came car lights driving through the field. They'd opened our gate and come in way from where the herder slept, and they didn't know that he was sleeping out there. So here the car lights were shining, and they shined on the sheep, and these 2 guys came out and grabbed a sheep or 2 and put it in the back. Well, one time when the 2 guys were out in back and it was dark in back of the pickup, but he could see the silhouette of their bodies with the headlight shining ahead where their heads were. And he took this 30-30 rifle and shot it right between their heads, maybe 4 feet away from them. Like their heads were here working like that, and they didn't know anybody was even out there. Well, it just dropped them to their knees, the concussion, the shock, the scare. And it was 2 high school kids from, I think, Escalon. And so, anyway.
So they actually got...
Oh yeah, he climbed in the back of the pickup and told them, he says, I want you to drive me where do you live? So they lived in Farmington. And so he got in there, and it was about 3 in the morning, and he made him wake up the dad, and the dad came out and says, well, you guys said that, to the boys, you said that the herder gave them to you. And the herder says, what do you think that they'd be going out 3 in the morning to have some herder give them some lambs, some sheep, nice ewes, bring them in like this? You know, you must be sort of stupid, that sort of thing. Well, anyway, that all got cleared up, and that didn't happen anymore, but I thought it was kind of a nervy thing to do, to fire that gun right between their heads, but maybe 2 feet from this guy and 2 feet from that guy. And imagine a 30-30 rifle. It was a heck of a bang, and it was silent out there at night. You could have heard a pin drop, I guess. Maybe the motor was idling, I don't know. Well, that was, I thought of a couple other things.
Yeah, with Bob, you were going to talk about
Oh, yeah. Okay, so as Bob grew up, nobody trained him, but he just sort of picked up on things. Grandma and Grandpa was, of course, they'd sit on the front porch and look out, and where our shop is now was a field. That was a little pasture there, and we had some hogs in there, and the little baby pigs would crawl through the fence and they'd get out. Well, they'd kind of walk up and down, restless, knowing that we're out, like sort of thing. And Bob would kind of look around much to say, nobody looking at this, nobody seeing what's happening, I better go put them back in. Well, he knew enough to get up, and he'd go up and he'd crawl down this way, and he'd kind of stand and work them. And the little pigs would turn around, and they'd walk this way, and then they'd go past the hole. They didn't see it. He'd get around them and stop them again, then he'd ease them back. First thing you know, they'd go in the hole. Then he'd go and lay down right by the hole. And we could see all that happening from our house. Now that Grandma Petrie was a large, heavy-set lady, so it was hard for her to catch chickens, but she'd cook chicken dinners ever so often out the ranch. And so she'd walk around, and Bob, he'd be looking up there, and he said, oh boy, just pick out one, I'll get it. And she'd walk around, and that one, Bob. And he'd just pounce on it and hold it down. And she'd walk over and could grab it and pick it up, and then we'd have a chicken dinner. Another time, he was noted, the truck drivers all over the state and all over the western states would bring sheep in here. And they knew that if you went to the Valk ranch, they had a dog there that unloaded your truck. You may wonder, well, it's a big deal about unloading, but when you buy lambs and they're taken away from their mothers, they weigh, I don't know, 50, 60 pounds, and their wool is all, their urine in the truck is double decked, and the ammonia smell is terrible in there, and they cling together. They all want to go to the middle for protection. This truck is scary. They don't know what's happening. So to get them out of there, you almost have to grab every sheep by hand and pretty much direct them out. It's a heck of a job to unload sheep. The upper deck isn't so bad because you can stand up and breathe fresh air, but down in that under deck it's terrible. But anyway, Bob would be at the loading chute, just standing right at the edge of the loading chute as the truck pulled up, and the truck driver said, oh, and they said, you don't even need to put on your dirty clothes to unload the sheep, this dog will do it. And that's this place that got that dog. So Bob would go in there and he'd work and bark, and the sheep were, of course, scared of a dog, and he would pretty much unload that. Usually they never had to do a thing. He'd unload that whole truck, so he got a lot of recognition. We had lower corrals at the time, and he'd be running. He'd just jump right over the corrals. Can you think of any of the other things that he would do? Anyway.
Did you ever have pups by him or anything?
No, we waited too long. Bob got to be about 10 years old, and we realized one day that, boy, you know, Bob's getting pretty old. We better consider having pups by him. And we was kind of thinking about a female, and one day we realized that he'd gotten sick. Took him to the vet, and he had uremic poisoning, and he died from it. But no, we didn't get any dogs from him. We just felt terrible. I think we didn't.
Not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that dog was just human. One thing about living back on Palm Avenue that I just told Don about the other day, and he never knew about. I had a real huge collection of book matches, you know, the fold over kind of little matches. And every place I went and every one I saw on the street, I'd pick up. And I had strings all across the room, and I had hundreds of them. I wish I'd saved them by now, these years. Also, my mom and dad was pretty brave to let me do this, but some way or other, I've got a hold of, Esquire magazine, and either somebody in the family had it or whatever. I don't know how I got it, but inside was a big fold-out picture of the Varga girls, or Petty girls, and they were sort of like Playboy now, only they were all pretty much covered up except a lot of legs and kind of big boobs here and there. They were drawings, but real interesting, pretty drawings. And I had some of those in my bedroom, and there's now and then I'm sure there was mother's eyebrows raised, and mom was a good sport to allow that, put up with it. Oh, what else can I think of now? Every day after school, instead of going out and playing sandlot football or baseball with the rest of the kids, because I couldn't see without my glasses, and it was pretty risky to be out there playing with them and glasses on, because they'd break and you could just lose your eye. So I'd come home and be down in the shop playing with the trains, or building this, or building an electric drill, or electric lawnmower, or playing with my erector set. So I guess that's where I have, if it's a talent of being able to build things. And I'm glad that Don is kind of in my footsteps, because he's very mechanically inclined, which I'm very pleased about. Well, it's getting close to the time when I met Mom. Probably wait and let her get here, because she'll be able to help us in on a lot of those kind of things. I'll think of other things that I've forgotten from time to time. I'll go back but we've got so much to tell about when Mom and I was dating, things that we would do, where we would go, and things that it's kind of interesting to hear about, in the band and whatnot. So when she's on the telephone right now, when she gets back, we'll start branching into that. Huh?
Do you want me to push pause?
Yeah, we could pause for a while.
You're both in it.
Okay.
Well, I kind of went back and reviewed some things, and there's some things that I forgot to tell about. When Grandpa Petrick was living at the ranch, and I'd come out and stay with him, this one time we had the big 16-ounce bottles of Pepsi Cola, and Grandma was a very prim and proper lady with her hair fixed just as neat and everything. Every chair in the house had little hand-crocheted doilies over them and that sort of thing. Well, one day I was out there, I must have been in the first year of high school, and the Pepsi was kind of burning, sting in my mouth, so I'd shake it a little bit and release the gas in my mouth so it wouldn't spray out, and then it was not quite as bitey. Grandma said, "What are you doing that for?" And I told her, and she had a Pepsi that was kind of gotten warm. It was about half empty, or the third. So I said, "Well, you shake it real hard, then you blow off the gas." Well, she didn't realize there was so much pressure going to be on her thumb. So she shook it like that, and blew her thumb right off, and just all over that ceiling. Drip, everything was a mess. Her hair, the ceiling, the rug, the doilies, the chairs, the lamps, the stove, the floor, everything was a mess. And she learned the hard way that wasn't the thing to do.
So was she not very happy with you?
Oh, Grandma was good. She never got really too.
Did you say, well, not that hard?
Yeah.
Did you laugh?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I didn't dare laugh. Did you have to help her clean up?
I don't know. I probably did, because I felt guilty about it. And then, let's see. Oh, something that might not realize. We used to raise like those big Clydesdale horses of the Budweiser beer wagon, you know, those big. We used to raise those kind of horses out here. And it was during the war. The Army had need for some of them. My dad kind of got into it kind of by accident. He was buying cattle up in Alturas, and the guy had about, I don't know, 20 or 30 of those horses, and he said he was getting out of the business, and it looked like there'd be some money made in it, and my dad said, well, we'll give it a try. So we had the horses down here. It wasn't much of a success. There wasn't all that big a demand for them. I don't even remember if we made much money on them, but
So you sold them?
yeah, they
Like
got,
individually or the
well,
whole bunch? Or?
I don't even remember that, but I remember that we had just 3 or 4 left finally at the end, and they would chew on the fence posts and nibble at the wood, and it was kind of a nuisance. So we used to go up to Alturas a lot, in fact, every year, and buy cattle up there, and we'd make a hunting trip out of it at the same time. We would take, it must have been 1941, because I remember we had a 1941 car that we went up there in, and we'd pull our Army Jeep. Well, it would have to be later than that, because we had an Army Jeep. It must have been 1945, 6 or 7. Well, anyway, we'd go up to Alturas, and there was a lot of the farmers out there that had sheep, and we'd go and we'd buy 50 from this man and 200 from that guy, and then they'd all have to be loaded on the railroad cars, and they'd come out with these big Malley engines from wherever up there, and that's the kind where the engineer and all sat right out at the front, and all the big steam engine was there and back, and they'd let me get up there and stand, and I'd hear those pumps underneath, and I used to thought it was so impressive that I was up in this big old engine. And so anyway, we got to switch cars back and forth, and when they'd head out to leave, I of course wasn't with them, but as they were switching back and forth, it was kind of fun. And
What did you say?
I just thought something I want to make sure he says.
okay, oh, let's see, there was one man up there that we met, can't think of his name right now, but his front lip was split almost clear up to his nose, and
I mean, I could hear it.
no, and he showed us his toes. He had about 3 toes missing, right in the middle, and he had a bad scar on his stomach. We says, he showed us, he said he got struck by lightning one time. He was out in this field, and the lightning went right down in front of him and split his stomach and blew his toes off. Well, he is too. They said it was just a glancing blow.
Huh.
But anyway, that was Daggert. I think his name was Daggert. Anyway, we used to go up there, and then we'd go hunting, and we'd go way back into the mountains up there, and back in those years there wasn't near the hunters that there is now, of course, and so sometimes we would hunt, and of course in the mountains up here in the Sierras there was lots of hunters because there was more populated people, more population, but up in Alturas was way up in the right hand corner of the state, and it was, part of it was during the war, and people just didn't have the gas to get up there. We had agriculture gas stamps that we'd kind of cheat and use to go up there. It was a business trip buying cattle, but we'd hunt at the same time, so we was actually combining business with pleasure. So we could hunt all day up there and usually never see another human being. Sometimes, once in a while you'd see somebody else, but we hunted all over those mountains, and this one particular day we went out in another area that's called the Devil's Gardens, and it's north of Alturas. It's 80 miles wide and 90 miles long, and it's just rolling hills, not very high, real dry, brushy, no buildings, no roads except a few dirt roads, and an occasional reservoir, small, just one that maybe be a quarter of an acre, that big around. But you can just almost pick any place you want to drive out there because there'd be just little trails here and there. Suppose we're going to stop and do that. Going up to this Devil's Gardens and hunting. Well, it was late in the season. There just were no hunters left around. It was real hot and dry in late September, early October, I guess it was. And we'd been up buying cattle, and we decided we'd hunt some. And instead of going way up into the pretty mountains, we decided we'd just go out in the Devil's Gardens. So we took our car and we drove out in this dirt road for quite a little ways. Then we branched off on a lesser road and drove for another 15 minutes, I guess. And finally, when I say roads, they're just merely almost trails that somebody's. Well, anyway, we got way, way, way back in there, and we saw this man that was delirious, and somebody, I guess, had taken him out to hunt, and either had lost him purposely, but he was an awful gruesome looking guy. He'd been in an automobile accident years ago, and his face was real deformed, and he raised up in just out there in just dry brush, no trees, I mean no shade or anything like that. And my dad and I heard him holler, and we looked around, and he was sitting up with his .30-30 rifle across his lap, and his legs is out. And so we started to back up, and we could, as we backed up, we could see he was there with his rifle. We didn't know whether in his delirium he'd try to shoot us or what. So Dad said, well, be careful, be ready to duck. And so we got out and kind of started to walk over to him, and he was not making sense. He was incoherent and awful gruesome looking. His one eye had in this wreck had been dropped a lot lower in his cheek, and he was awful looking. So we could see that his lips were all swollen and he was just dehydrated, and so all we had with us at the time was some donuts and some soda pop. So we shared that with him, put him in the back seat, and he was kind of delirious. But when he kind of rallied around a little bit, he said that some friends of his, some high school or college people, had brought him up there, and they were going to circle around him, and he could shoot anything that they would kind of try to chase in his direction. And that was, he said, 2 days ago. So he'd been out there, and so we took him into town to the sheriff, and the sheriff felt in his pockets. He was wearing bib overalls, and he found a $20 bill, and he says, well, they didn't rob him, whoever was doing this. So by this time he was coherent enough to say he lived in Sebastopol, and he had credentials for Sebastopol. They called the sheriff at Sebastopol, and they didn't know anything about him even being missing. So he couldn't seem to find out whether he had family. So this sheriff says, well, I'm just going to take his $20 and buy him a bus ticket to Sebastopol and let you guys find a home for him, whatever the deal is. So they did. And then a year later, I went back up, and I went to the sheriff's office to ask him if he ever heard any follow-up on that man. And they said, well, that sheriff accidentally shot and killed himself. And it's a good lesson for all to know. He had a shotgun like we have with a hammer on it, and was laying with the barrel up towards the rear window. And when he got out of the car, he reached over and grabbed the shotgun. As he took it out, that hammer sticking out raked across the thread of the material and pulled it back just enough to pull it, but not quite catch it. And it came forward and shot and killed him. So that sheriff was dead.
So you didn't ever find out about
Never
the
found
man?
out, no. So anyway, we'd hunted up there for years, and this one time I was always curious. We even took our Jeep up, and we'd drive way back up in the mountains up there weren't quite as dense as they are here, so you could pick and choose where you could drive, and some places would get a little bit too dense, but most places you could drive. And this one time we got miles back up in desolate country, just nothing but mountains, and here was a great big sign, 8 feet high, 10 feet long, said Ford Sales and Service, leaning up against a tree. How it got there, whether it was dropped or somebody drug it in.
How many of you were the first ones that
Well,
were
we
there?
sure weren't. There was just another place up there we used to hunt. Was just east of Davis Creek, and some people lived right at the edge of the mountain, and there's a pretty little trout stream went right through their place, and they had a whole bunch of weeping willow trees and lawns. And here was this trout stream, maybe 6 feet wide and 1.5 feet deep, and it was so pretty just to look down and see the trout swimming by and floating around. But you could go out in their cattle corrals and stoop over, and almost any time you stoop over, you could pick up arrowheads. There had been big Indian battles years ago, and this was a big battleground. Oh, at the time I had a whole bunch saved, but I must have thrown them out. Gail reminded me of something that I did when I was little that was kind of unnerving to think that I would do it. It wasn't on purpose or anything like that, but it got out of hand, let's put it that way. I don't know, I was with Paul, and I must have been, my cousin Paul, I must have been, I don't know, maybe 10, 12, running through there.
Rodney's age.
And we went with my dad up to Lyons Dam. Well, we got kind of bored sitting there, a nice day, so we walked up.
What was he doing, fishing?
My dad was fishing. So we walked up on this hill, way, way, way up high on this hill, and down on the other side of the hill, we came to an old abandoned railroad track. I guess it was Pickering Lumber Company. And there was a big canyon one way out and around, followed way around at the mountain. You could just, it was maybe a mile or two across the canyon, and you could see it was all just slightly downhill all the way, and the tracks were rusty, and there'd been leaves and trash on the tracks, but the tracks weren't really covered up with logs. It was just dirty, trashy, leafy type of little branches and things. And here we came across, we're just kind of walking along on this, following this track, and we come across about, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, maybe flat railroad cars, full-size railroad cars that were used to haul logs, I guess. And so they had a big 3-inch wedge under one of the wheels, and here leaves and twigs and stuff, dust and dirt was on these. They'd been sitting there for apparently a long time. And we just thought, I wonder if we could ever move those things. And we could tell they were on a slight downhill slope. So we worked and pried and worked and pried, and finally got that big wedge out in front of the wheel. And we took in our hands and swept off the rails of every one of those cars to where they'd roll. And then we talked about big pry, and he and I would start to pry. Well, believe it or not, we was able to start moving that whole bunch of a whole bunch of railroad cars. And we got it to move, and we thought, oh boy, quick, brush some more. We brushed it some more, and we got it moving, and time must have taken us quite a while, and we got it to where it was going fast enough that we could just walk beside it. All these 6 or 8 or 10 or whatever railroad cars, and we'd push even to think if we could gain a little bit more speed just to see. Well, finally we got to where we was just trotting beside it to keep up with it, and now it had enough momentum that it would just roll right over twigs and sticks or clumps of dirt or whatever it was in front of it. And so we thought, well, it's gone far enough now, we'll climb up on these flat cars and turn the old handles at the end and stop it. Well, we weren't successful. They were either rusted or didn't work or no brakes or whatever. And we went from car to car. It's a wonder we didn't fall down and get our legs cut off. Well, finally, it was going where we could hardly keep up with them that fast. And in the course of maybe 20 minutes, this had gone on, and we'd probably gone maybe a good quarter of a mile, getting speed up. Finally, we thought, uh-oh, this is we're out of control here now. We can't stop it. Let's just get the heck out of here. We tried sticking logs in front of the branches, and it wasn't easy to find the right size to just bounce right over it and keep right on it going. Well, finally, we started going up the hill to get away from there. We could hear this thing in the distance rumbling through the trees, like that. And we could just hear the sound of it picking up speed and getting further away and further around the canyon. Well, it was going faster and faster and faster. We got up the top, and we thought that thing was roaring. Where it's at, it's just roaring with 6 or 8. Well, we could just picture that thing. Like tomorrow's headlines, Sonora wiped off the map by runaway train. Oh, we had all sorts of nightmares thinking about.
So did you ever tell anybody that?
No. So we got up and went back and sat right close by my dad, and the least little suggestion of, well, maybe we ought to go, and oh yeah, let's go. Come on, let's get the heck out of here. So we kept listening. Boy, we had our ears were just tuned to the nth degree to listen for a big, gigantic crash, Jamestown's missing from the face of the earth or something.
So then you never, ever...
I looked at the newspapers the next day.
No, I mean, you never told your dad, ever, even when you were grown?
No. And at least I don't remember of it.
Think of the things our kids maybe have done they've never told us.
And the thing that I never was ever able to find out is if it finally just rolled up a hill and stopped and rolled back and settled down and just was 2 miles away.
Well, if it didn't damage anything, that must be
or
what
whether
it did.
it did a lot of damage, I never could tell. I kind of glanced at the newspaper, but a 10 or 12-year-old boy just might not read the right place in the newspaper, so I never found out whatever happened on that. But, well, let's see. I was going to tell a little bit about buying that ranch. We bought 2 more ranches up on the corner of the northeast corner of Crow Road. We built a home up there and a home for the hired man. And we bought the ranch that's on the southwest corner of of Crow and Clarabelle. One on the south side was 210 acres, and then on the north side was 160, and there was no fences around it. It was just raw land, just rolling hills. It had a crop of volunteer oats on it, and I took the little AC that we have at the ranch, had a side mowing on, and I mowed both of those ranches, the whole ranch, with that little mower. And then my dad raked it with a horse and a tractor. And at that time you didn't make nice windrows like you have windrow rakes now, but they had the old buck rake where you go along and dump it, and then they went this way and dumped it and made little shocks out of it. And you just left it, and the cattle came along and ate them in those shocks. You couldn't leave it lay out, or you could, but the sun would bleach it so bad. But this way it would all stay protected, and the cattle would come along and eat it. Or some people would come along and throw it on loose on hay wagons, but we didn't do that. And even some balers would come along if you didn't go the opposite direction and pick it up and bale it. But anyway, we cut that whole field, and I can remember this one time I was making a square out the field, getting smaller and smaller, and I'd smell skunk every time I get to a certain corner. And I could tell in that volunteer hay that there's someplace either in the uncut hay or where I'd already cut underneath hiding was a skunk. Well, it wasn't long until I found Mr. Skunk. And as I went by the skunk, well, he laid on his back and just peed all on the tractor as I went by. Well, that smell was just terrible. The next time it was the same thing, only I didn't see him that time. I just knew that someplace in there he had peed on it again, or at least I assumed he had. Well, finally I decided, hey, I'm going to get that son of a gun. So I tied up the mowing machine and fastened it. So then I was driving around out there, and I spotted it hiding under the hay. Well, I would drive over it, and the little front wheel of the tractor was so light that it bounced right over him and didn't kill him. But meantime, he was just peeing up a storm at the tractor.
Was
The
it
tractor
peeing or
was
spraying?
spraying. Well, so the tractor was just drenched with that, and I don't remember of any of it having actually got on my clothes, but I don't see how it could have helped, but I don't remember. But anyway, finally I got wise enough to where this last time when his light burned out, I missed him purposely with the front wheel, made sure the rear wheel went out of the top, and just the minute I got right on top of him, I jerked that brake, and
I
it
don't
just
even hear that.
spread the skunk out like mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's awful.
so I kept on mowing, and well, skunks were enemies at that, and they still are. So anyway, we finished that field that night, and that night, in order to keep the tractor safe, we parked it in front of this man's house that was across the street. I think his name was Ellis. And I was so used to the smell that I didn't even think about it. You get used to the smell once you're around it so much. And I parked it right on the northwest corner of his house, and the prevailing winds would take that smell off that tractor right to his house. Well, the next morning I went out to get my tractor, and he came out, and I don't think he suspected the tractor. He says, "Boy, there's been a skunk here all night. That son of a gun. It's been terrible. The skunk I can't find it." Oh, gee, I remember that skunk. So yeah, I can smell it too. Well, yeah, they're around. So I backed the tractor away and left them. And so anyway, on that 210-acre ranch in the 160, we bought this Caterpillar from Gordon Allen, diesel 35 and a scraper, and it was a drag scraper. So I did a lot of welding, and I completely turned that into a full carryall where we could pick up 7 or 7.5 yards and drive at full tractor speed down through the field and then dump the load. Otherwise, you had to drag your load. What you'd accumulated in a bucket, you'd have to just drag that whole load, and it was hard to pull. You couldn't take near as big of loads. So with a tremendous amount of welding, I welded that thing all together and built a ripper. And then we started leveling up there, and I leveled up there for 2 years. And part of the time I would drive ripper at night. And in fact, in this one time, I think you came out and sat in the car, slept in the car while I drove.
Fun.
But it's kind of interesting at night. You'd be driving along, and here'd all be the lights of all the farms around you on, dairymen out milking, that sort of thing. And then little by little, 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock, one by one, they'd all go out. Nowadays, they have all these big all-night yard lights, the big mercury vapor lights that stay on. And they're all over the country, so your country around you is all pretty much lit up. And in those days, they didn't have those. And when farmers went to bed, as scattered and few as the farms were out there, it was pitch dark. There was no lights anyplace. So anyway, you'd be driving along at night, and it's monotonous driving all night, just low gear, back and forth. And I'd almost catch myself dozing now and then. And then along about 4 o'clock, here'd come a light here, and one over there, and one someplace else. The dairymen are up starting to milk. And then pretty soon it'd start getting lighter, and then by 6 o'clock in the morning, here Cal Holder would come out, and he would be ready to take over, and we never even shut the engine off on the Cat. He'd get on, fuel up, and away he'd go, and he'd scrape during the day, and then I'd go back and rip again at night.
And it took that long to,
Oh yeah,
2 years?
we leveled for 2 years up there. Oh, there were some places up there where we made 6 and 8 and 10-foot cuts right through the whole side of the mountain.
You do it all in dirt?
Put it in the low places. And then I can remember one cut up there. In fact, I've got colored slides of me driving my car into one of the cuts, and here the mountain was just 10 or 12 feet above the top of the car, and then there was the height of the whole car below that. What we would do up there, since we were doing it with our own work, we'd go through and cut about 10 or 12 inches of topsoil, move it over 50 or 100 feet, and pile it up, and then level this all down, and then go down a foot below where we were supposed to, and then bring all this topsoil back, so that we had nice soil. That was a beautiful ranch up there, tremendous producer. We built all the fences. My dad bought a whole railroad car one time with Nate Nelson. They split it of 4-point barbed wire, beautiful heavy-duty wire. You can't even find a wire that good anymore. And all new hog wire, because we had sheep at the time. And we had 8,000 head of lambs in 1948, I remember the year. And one job I used to just hate, and we'd have to do it maybe 2 and 3, sometimes 4 times a season, was given the tapeworm medicine, which was called Cunic. And at first, we'd have every lamb, you'd run them in long chutes, maybe 40 or 50 at a time, and you'd grab each one, and you'd have a syringe. You'd have to fill a syringe, and it would do 2 sheep. You give half of it to this sheep down its mouth, like this, and then you'd chalk it and go to the next one and give it the shot, and then you'd have to reach over and make sure none got by you, and then fill the syringe. Well, then Australia was a big sheep country, and they come out with the automatic ones, which was a rubber inner tube that laid on your back and had a hose come down with a squeezer thing. And every time you squeezed it was one full shot, and then when you let go of it, it would suck the machine full. Well, your feet would be just sore as boils because those little sheep's feet, when you grab one, they'd fight and kick and pull, and they'd be shook and jigging, and you'd just be working to get this in their mouth. And once in a great while, you get it down their windpipe. It would very seldom happen, and they would die on you. Not always, but sometimes we'd use one or two. And if they were nice fat lambs, we'd cut their throat, and we'd have lamb. And we used to have, oh, some delicious lamb feeds because we had lots of lamb. Oh, I still love, that's one of my favorite meats is roast lamb. And then we, of course, have to shear. Mary Grace's dad, Earl, had a shearing crew, and he would come out and shear our sheep for us with his 6 men, sometimes 8-man crew. And a lot of the times I was, of course, in high school and was a pretty reasonably strong boy, and I'd go along and get all the wool. Some of it you'd have to, if it was nice long wool and it would be sold as fleeces, you'd put your feet together like that and push the wool back, and then take a string and wrap it this way, and then another paper twine and wrap it this way and tie it. And then you'd take that big ball and you'd toss it up into that wool sacker thing, and then somebody'd pack it down. And then other wool that wasn't as valuable, you'd scoop up with just a couple boards and you'd carry it up and toss it in. And so anyway, we used to, and then in 1949 or 50, we switched over to white-faced steers. And I think in 1950, we had 1,000 head of steers between the 3 ranches. And oh, by the way, on that leveling, it was taking me so long to level that up there that we finally hired a bigger rig for about the last 2 or 3 months to help finish up. And then, I built the first hydraulic strip checking machine that puts borders up in the fields. It was in California, that was any place that anybody knew of, and people from near and far came around and looked at it. It wasn't my idea. Wyatt and Dunn at the time had a mechanical operated one that worked off of levers and cables, and I built one that was all hydraulic operated. You just push a lever and it'd come up like that. So we put all our borders up there through the years, and it was a big job building.
No, what do you mean borders?
The clover checks. You know, the mound of dirt.
Oh, okay.
The mound of dirt that goes straight up and down and
Okay.
controls the water. So not only did we level all that ranch up there, we built all the fences, put in 2 or 3 deep well pumps, a drain pump, a couple drain pumps, built a home up there where Mom and Dad lived. Velma and I got married in 1948, and we didn't live here very long until Mom and Dad had another home built up there. It had the kind that had the copper pipes on the floor that had heat in the floor, and while it was nice heat, it was all your furniture stayed kind of warm because the heat came up through the floor, through all your furniture, so you sit down in the chair was fairly warm, and your feet stayed warm because the floor was warm, but it wasn't too practical because the heat was, exposed to dampness in the ground.
Do they do that anymore?
I don't think they do it anymore. In fact, Mom could even grow nice summer plants up next to the house because the heat radiated out from the house and made the ground right close to the windows warm. And we finally sold that ranch, I don't know, in 52, 3 or 4.
That's the one on Smith? Or the
No,
other?
on Crow Road and Clarabelle. And so we sold those, and I think my dad in 1952 had pretty much of a nervous breakdown, and he said, "Leonard, I want you to take over, run the ranch. I don't care what you do with it, sell it, whatever you want. I'm tired, I'm mentally, physically wore out. I just can't stand it anymore." And in 1952, my dad bought steers in Montana, had them railroaded here, and they were 56 cents a pound as feeder steers up there, thin. When they got down here, we raised them on the clover. There weren't the feedlots around the country like there is now, and you fed them yourself to get the top dollar for fed steers. So at that time, we'd have railroad cars delivered over here to the railroad with corn. And we'd go over here, and here's a big 50-ton railroad car, 3/4 full of just all kerneled corn. And we'd take our truck, and we'd open the door, and we'd scoop out as much and fill the truck, and we'd come back, and we would have to hand shovel it back in the 2 bins where the cutoff saw is in the feed shed, and the next stall, those were all filled clear to the ceiling with corn. And we'd shovel that into our trailers, go out in the field. We had feed troughs, and we still have an occasional one here and there left. And we put that corn in there, and some of it we even had rolled in town, rolled corn, and we'd buy rolled barley at that same railroad corral that was shipped in from where, I don't even know at that time. And we would take 10-gallon milk cans and fill them half full of molasses, that real thick, gooey molasses where if you got it on your hand, you could hardly even shake it off. We'd put that alfalfa hay out, we'd pour all that thick molasses over the top and the corn, and they were fed beautifully. Well, keep that in mind. We paid 56 cents a pound for them in Montana, raised them on the clover, fed them up for 2.5 months or whatever it was, with all that fancy feed, and then all we could get out of them was 26 cents a pound. So my dad lost just a fortune that year in the cattle business, and it affected him. He just had a hard time coping with accepting it. So in '52, I pretty much took over everything. He was still here, and he would still give his opinions and advice now and then, but basically he says, I don't care whether you sell them, if you buy them, if you go. And I said, Dad, I'd like to kind of switch over into dairy heifers. I think there's pretty good money in dairy heifers. I was old enough to kind of be out and around and kind of talking to people and seeing what was in, and I kind of finding out what I could do, and I realized we had a crisis here. What are we going to do? There's a $90,000 debt against the ranch, and so I thought to myself, what are we going to do? Cattle is disastrous. People just lost. There was all kinds of ranchers that went bankrupt all over the place in '52. So I thought, I'm going to start buying dairy heifers. Do you care? And my dad says, you're running the ranch, 52 on, it's up to you. So anyway, I started going to Modesto at the auction and buying dairy heifers. And we still had some white faces left here, but gradually I phased into the dairy heifers, and and I started making money right away. And a lot of the old dyed-in-the-wool, hard-nosed beef men would drive down the road and see these black and whites, and they'd have a lot of fun teasing. They'd say, well, gosh, Valk, what do you got those freako looking things out there? And I said, well, as I haul my money to the bank, I says, I can, reminisce about the red ones that lost me money. Yeah, but boy, what funny looking things. And then in 1956, I believe it was, we bought our first Honda, 56 or 58, I've forgotten. I had a Vespa before that, they got from Ralph Tossick. But anyway, we had horses here. We irrigated off of horses. We did all our cattle work on horses. And we had mostly dairy heifers by that time. In fact, I guess we were exclusively dairy heifers. Well, switching over to those little Hondas was like waving a magic wand over running a cattle ranch. The dairy heifers were no trouble. They weren't wild or anything like that. For that matter, the white faces weren't really any trouble to manage either. But the dairy heifers, they did what they were supposed to, so we could go out and round them up and run them in. And so we started irrigating, and it was just a blessing because they've been such a help. I just thought of one thing I'd forgotten to tell about Bob. When we had all those sheep, of course we had 8,000 head, and I can remember in 1948 we had that many. Other years we had lesser amounts, but in '48 we had 8,000. Every field out here had sheep in them, so when we had to bring in a band of sheep, maybe 300 in the field or 500 or whatever's out there, we'd open the gate, and Bob, that dog, knew that cattle or sheep were going to come out that gate, and it was up to him to go around them. So we would just merely open the gate and take our hand and signal and say, go around them, Bob, way around them, way around them. And he'd take off as hard as he could run, and he'd go way out around, and if there's one off by himself, he'd circle out and make sure he got in. And then he'd get about 3/4 of the way to the very back corner of the field where the other side of the sheep, and he'd jump up on his hind feet and be looking at you, and you'd signal with your hand like that, meaning go ahead, keep going. And if you didn't signal to him, he'd turn around and come back. Maybe you've changed your mind. So that was one thing that we used to, it was kind of interesting. Well, let's see, did I kind of forget something? We moved into this house in we started building it in 1943, and the war was still on. Oh, that's right, I got to tell about me in the service. But anyway, the war was still on, and it was against the law to take materials off of them from stores that were needed in the war effort. Steel, anything that was made of steel or aluminum, or well, mainly steel and lumber and that sort of thing. So my dad had bought in 1939 all the windows for the house from the International Exposition on Treasure Island. The True Bloods in Modesto had a plumbing store, and they had the first that we know of colored bathroom set in Western United States, was exhibited at the International Exposition World's Fair in Treasure Island in 1939. When the fair was over in 1940 or 41, it was shipped back, and Mr. Trueblood Modesto, who had a plumbing business, ended up with that set that was displayed and viewed by millions of people. So my dad said, well, gee, I'm going to build a home. I'd like to have it. And so the green set that was down there was in Don's bathroom. So anyway, we had that. So we had all our windows. We had we had a lot of the wood on hand. We was going to have a cement floor, so there was anything there. So basically, we had 95% of everything we needed to build this home. So we started building it in '43. Well, the war board come out one day and said, Mr. Valk, we have to stop you because you're not allowed to build a home. There's a war on. You're not allowed to take it. My dad says, well, gosh, I had everything as back as far as 1939 and 40 and 41. They said, well, technically, I guess, you've got everything before the war even started, but he says it would look bad for other people to drive down the highway someplace, look over and say, well, gee, how come Valk can build a home? We can't. And we can't explain to them you had everything. So they finally had to shut it down. And my dad kept going to San Francisco to the war board and appealing to them, hey, finally they agreed and said, well, go ahead and finish. So he was able to finish some, was completed in 1944. And of course, Velma and I added the fireplace and the bedroom, and there was a big window right over there, and another great big window, as big as that one up front. Both of those sizes were right there. And I'm getting closer and closer when you're in this picture, so I'm better.
Well, I've been in for a while.
Yeah, I know it. Well, let's see. I guess I pretty much.
You said something about the service.
Well, I think when we get to the service part, I was dating Velma at the time, so I'm going to wait and we're going to bring her into this story before I get started about Army days. I'm going to see if there's any. Built the first hydraulic strip checker. We had no shop when I first built that scraper. I built it right outside, just laying out on the blacktop in front of the old building where the gas pump used to be. That was where I built that scraper and the ripper and the strip checking machine. And then we built a beautiful, great big luxury shop, which is the old shop now where the cattle truck is parked. And we built that in about, I don't know, 52, 53, something like that. Maybe it was earlier than that.
Can you imagine putting all the stuff that you've accumulated in there?
Oh, gee.
Yeah, 47, 48.
The old shop was built in about 47, 48. In 1948 and 1949 and 1950, we cut clover seed all over this ranch and the two ranches up there. And you'd have to let you get a nice clover field that would be blossoming white and just be gorgeous clover up this high. And then you turn the water off and then it shrivel down and then it just actually get burnt, and it would burn from one end to the other with a match if you ever lit it. And it got down to about that high, and all these little clover seeds would get down there and get all hard and brittle. And you come along with a harvester. We had 3 of them, 2 self-propels and 1 pull type, and we would harvest that seed. Well, the harvesters were made for grain, which grain you harvest up that high off the ground because here's where the head of the kernel is. Well, now we had to go down and actually pick up almost dirt to get that seed that was laying right close to the ground, and it meant totally revamping the harvesters. The basic frame and all the mechanism was there, but we had to redesign this. We'd make this shaft bigger and stronger. So I was just busy, just constantly tearing apart.
No, those big red ones that you had down there?
Bigger shafts, lowering this, pointing this, finding all the leaks that were, because grain, a little 1/16 of an inch in diameter hole would just leak a steady stream of clover seed, but a grain wouldn't go through. So I had my work cut out for that, and used to just, we got $1.80 a pound for it, and we made big money in 1948 and 49 and 50. And we bought 2 Ferguson tractors, paid $800 a piece for them. We bought that W Patrol in about 1949. The reason we bought that road grader is because our clover borders were fairly broad, and we thought, gee, if we could go along and trim that right down here and square it up, our harvester could go right next to this border and cut. Whereas before, the clover a lot of times would taper out. So if we run along here, there'd be a hollow spot here as the harvester touched over in this corner going along that we couldn't pick that up. So, let's see, what else? The war came along, of course. This is going way back in the story, but it would be kind of interesting. As I was a little boy in the war, young man, and the war came along, and a lot of all our friends began going into the service, I began to think, gee, now and then here's somebody that's their picture in the paper that has died, and I got to thinking, I wonder if someday I'll really grow up to be a grown person. Will I ever reach 30 years old? Will I have been killed in an automobile accident? And that used to go through my mind a lot, and wondering if I'd make it through the war, if I had to go. And I was very fortunate. Again, the Valk family has always been fortunate. during World War One, none of the dads or his brothers had to go because the timing wasn't quite right. My dad had to go and sign up for the draft right at the end of World War One, and he waited to the last because the weather was so awful that they lived up in Montana at that time. They'd homesteaded up there, and the deadline to sign up was slowly approaching, and he only had like say 3 or 4 days left that he had to go, and the snow was so terrible they couldn't even take a team of horses out. It was blizzard for 3 or 4 days, and he had to walk through the snow. And he said that lots of times the snow was so high that he would have to take a stick and poke down to find the fence post to make sure he was on the line. So he walked to town and got his registration, but meantime World War One was over. Now his sister's husband, Beta, her husband was in World War II and got gassed over in France, and he wasn't very well from then on. And I can remember going to Aunt Beta's house a lot, and they had a service station right on the corner of, I don't know, Pilgrim Street. And he had a gas station. It was Gilmore Gas, and all the gas stations then had all their gas pumps were just exactly like we had down at the ranch. And high school boys, that was a part of high school jobs, is to get jobs as service pumping gas. So you'd have to go and, after every car was in, you'd have to go and pump up that gas, and it was full, and then you'd leave it sit there until somebody come in and you'd help. And nobody ever helped themselves. You always helped them to gas. And another job that was around that young kids did was what Lenore Hughes and Sally Chagru would do, would be usherettes at theaters. When you'd walk into a theater, it would be dark where to find a seat. Well, there'd be out in the lobby where it was light, there'd be 2, 3, 4, 5 usherettes in the little usherette uniforms with a flashlight. And they'd say, hi, where do you want to sit? In the mezzanine, downstairs, up close, left, right, on the aisle, or way down front. And they would lead and shine their flashlight on the floor and take you to your seat. And that's the thing. And of course, they used to have vaudeville in those days. People didn't even, nowadays, never even heard of vaudeville. But every Wednesday night, usually at one of the theaters, particularly the Strand, was vaudeville. They come out and put up the little sign in the corner. There'd be like Rubenstein and Smith, and they'd be dancing. They'd have a show, a feature film, but then intermission would be the vaudeville, and that was brought there to. It was the thing to do in those days. So you'd have to listen to this song and dance man. They come out just like they show on TV of the old vaudeville days, and they do their swinging the cane and tip the hat and all that. And then the other person would come out and they have a dog show and they have a dog trick. And then pretty soon, then they'd be all through with that, and they'd take it and put the lights out, and there'd be the second feature. And then about every Wednesday night, there'd be bank night, and boy, that was a big night. After the feature was over, in the intermission, they would turn on the lights and then bring out the big cage, and they'd roll all the numbers, and you'd get your ticket stub out, and they'd call a number, you'd win, I don't know, $25, $50, $100, and of course the theater was usually packed that night, and Mom and Dad used to always go, and I'd go, and then we lived.
Was this when you were during school? I mean,
well,
did you do that in the evening sometimes during school?
Yeah, the vaudeville was always in the evening, and the bank night. Then they have Saturday afternoon, the Strand and other things would have the serials, what was called like The Phantom and Tom Mix and Buck Rogers and Hopalong Cassidy and all those kind of things would be afternoon and morning thrillers at the shows. You get in for 5 cents or 10 cents. And for 3 or 4 years, our canvas shop was right exactly beside their wall for the theater, and our wall was the same wall. So I just walk around, and Mom and Dad thought it was a great way to pacify me for a while. So I must have been, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10. And for 10 cents, I'd go in there and watch all these serials of those at the theaters. And then, do you remember even some of the vaudevilles that they used to have? Do you remember the vaudevilles? Well, Strand Theater was mainly noted for the vaudevilles, and since we was right next door to it, I'd go sometimes. And though it was in the evenings, I guess Mom and Dad must have taken us. I don't remember. I must have gone with them. I wouldn't have gone alone. Okay, so that brings you up to date on them. Other things that you used to see in those days, everybody would come up and park on 10th Street at night. That was the thing to do. There was no, when they built the State Theater, is State Theater still there anymore, do you know?
Isn't, I think just all Mexican.
Anyway, that was built way out in the residential district. Nothing was further out, except maybe way out on McHenry. One place was a drive-in. That was about it. And at the canal, there was a drive-in, and that was just way out almost in the no land. And so anyway, the thing to do would be go up and park on 10th Street, and a couple was parked in front of my mom and dad's luggage shop one night. It was about 9:30 at night, and they had parallel parking. And they happened to look back in the store, and they saw a flame just get started in there, and they'd taken a box of paint rags, and they'd been painting that day, oily paint rags, and thrown in the bottom of this box and piled a lot of papers on, and spontaneous combustion. And it didn't do too much damage because they were there and called the fire department, but they were just happening to look in there when that thing went poof and burst into flame. The lucky thing was right in the middle of the block and could have burned
I've
up
never heard that story.
could have burned up the whole block. And of course, J.C. Penney's was there where Kaufman's was for. Did you know that? You remember Kaufman's was in McHenry? I mean on 10th Street. Kaufman's
Yeah.
across.
Yeah.
Well, J.C. Penney Company
I
used
didn't
to
know.
be there.
I remember Long's being down there.
Yeah,
but I
well,
didn't-
Long's was there, and then I think Kaufman's went in, and then or J.C. Penney was there very first thing. And Cress's was across the street, and of course Cress's was a fun place to go to.
I don't remember.
Nowadays, you don't see toy stores unless they're like Toys R Us, and they're big places where toys go clear to the ceiling, and they're all wrapped in boxes and plastic. In those days, when I'd go to Cress's, you'd walk down the aisles, and everything would be just at waist level, big flat areas, and there'd just be glass dividers between them here and there. Who's here?
The roofman.
Oh, and there would be
The roofer?
if they'd have little cars, and they might have 150 cars in this little flat area, and they're all the same. And then over next there'd be a foot wide section, and these would be little fire trucks, and then here'd be little boats, and next there'd be the little soldiers, and you would buy train sets and all that sort of thing. And everything was like that. You could just pick up any toy and play with it. Nowadays, probably shoplifting, they'd be great for that, but in that time you could just go and look at all these toys all just spread out for you to handle. Every one of them, play with any one of them you want. Of course, that's all different now. Another thing that they have now, or you don't see anymore, it used to be the policeman that would walk the street, kind of swing this little billy club, and he'd kind of walk the street, and everybody knew him. He was usually kind of a pot-bellied old officer, and everybody...
Was he like a day watchman type
Yeah,
thing?
just the policeman walked the streets. And there'd be the shoe shine parlors where the old black men would be there with their stands with the things you put your feet on, and that was popular then. Practically every town had a half a dozen shoe shine parlors. And another thing that you don't see anymore is the extras. The Modesto Bee, they'd stand on the street corners, paper boys all over, and particularly downtown, because that's the only place that you could meet a lot of people is downtown. And every little Modesto Bee carrier would be out front with he'd tell them, Modesto Bee paper, get your paper, and there'd be 2 or 3 of them walking the streets, and some of them have a little stand, and other them be wheeling them in wagons, that sort of thing. And then since we didn't have television and radio wasn't all that good, you got almost all your news was on the newspaper. And then there'd be now and then there'd be some special news that was quite out of the ordinary, and it would be an extra. And they'd come out with this narrow paper about this big and big extra. And the little boys would all be out, extra, extra, read all about it. Germany invades Poland, or Hindenburg crashes with a fiery crash. Extra, extra, read all about it. And then another thing you don't see anymore nowadays, old cars in those days had wooden spoke wheels. And the spokes would dry out in the summertime, and they'd get just a little bit loose. And as they'd go down the street, they'd go, and then go around a corner, and they'd squeak, going around a corner, and it was just a real noisy sign of. And then I used to sit in the old canvas shop that faced 9th Street, and all these old trucks used to go by, and about half of them had solid rubber tires. They hadn't come to all big truck with air in the tires. And the old Mack trucks that had the chain drives to the outside, and they'd grind and they'd flip oil, and they had oilers dripping down on them, and they'd park for a minute waiting for, there were no stop signs. And the main highway in Modesto went down 9th Street and turned way down there where you're just about to cross the new bridge. They would turn and have to go across the old 7th Street bridge. That was the main route through town, and where the old Lions Heads are, and that was the main bridge across town. And further across the street was a railroad track, and all the old steam engines were doing the switching, the old clunker engines, and they would clunk up and down their old clunky sounds and switching railroad cars. So I fell one day. I was climbing in the canvas store, and they had those awning, the swing hammock sets. They're kind of like you sit down in and swing back and forth, and they had a couple of those up on a shelf, and I bumped one of them, and it fell down, and one of the pointed ends stuck me in the back of the head, and I've still got a dent in the back of my head where that thing struck me.
Hmm.
And that was kind of scary because it got infected, and my dad used to stay up at night putting hot compresses on it. And
Hmm.
my
Never
dad,
heard that story either.
my dad was in a couple of real bad wrecks. One was right in front of Bud Kaufman's house. My dad was hurt real bad, and was laid up for weeks in bed from that.
What hospital was he in?
Well, it was
For years or Robertson?
At that time, I think it was Robertson's Hospital. It was old Dr. Falk.
Hmm.
And that was sort of across the street from where Penny's moved to downtown, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't that sort of in that area?
From where Penny's, the Penny store in Modesto now, what was Penny's. Right across the street was maybe down one block, I don't know. Right into there was this Robertson's Hospital, and then over on the other side was McFeeder's Hospital.
That's where Gail was born.
Hmm.
So we've covered a lot of territory.
I know,
haven't we?
yeah.
5 to 12.
Well, why don't we cut it off for now, and then maybe Judy could take over, and we could do some more with her more up-to-date rig.
Or maybe Gail wants
Well,
to
thanks a
continue.
lot. Well, I'd like to have it all on one.
Well, if it's turned off then, and we'll just keep going back, maybe. There's the red light on. Well, it's time for lunch, so
I guess it's my turn. And Dad was so efficient as usual, and he had all his notes. And look at mine. Now Gail's laughing, and she's going to make me laugh. Anyway, where did he start? Did he say that he was born in Stockton? Well, I was born in San Andreas. That's in Calaveras County, and really not very far away from Stockton, and November 16th, 1925. So we were kind of born in the same area about the same time. He was an only child, and I was one of many. I had 5 sisters and 2 brothers, and a great mom and dad. And let's see, at that time, I guess my older sister was still at home, but my older brother was married and was away. And we lived in San Andreas probably maybe till I was about 6 months old, and then we moved to Newman. And that's also in Stanislaus County on the opposite side of where we live now. Newman is on the west side and Oakdale is on the east side. Wasn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, my dad worked for Golden State Creamery in Newman, and he worked there for about 12 years. And my dad was the kind that worked many jobs through the years, and this was probably the longest he had ever stayed in one place and in one house. And we lived on the edge of town, I guess, what would you call it, in the suburbs, only it was really in the burb. we were out, and not in the country, but we were on the wrong side of the tracks, I guess you would say. We were close to where he worked. He walked to work every day about a block. And I had to, we were on the other side of the railroad track, so that when I did start to school, I had to walk across the tracks. And as Dad had said earlier, those were the days of the hobos. And I'm surprised, too, that my mom would let me walk that distance at that age, but I did never have a problem. Why don't you stop for a minute? Gail was just asking me what my dad did before that, and he had many jobs, but what he did in San Andreas, I don't really know. But I do know that he worked at the Golden State Creamery, and he was the type man that he loved cream. And this is the area of the creamery where he worked, I think. So he just ate gobs and gobs of cream, and he was the type man that when you had a nice steak or something, he didn't want the lean part. He would cut the lean off, and he'd eat all the fat. And yet he lived a fairly long life. He died just before he was 80. So I guess the cream and fat didn't hurt him. Okay, when we lived in Newman, I don't remember the early part of the years, but I know that Ray and Mona were both at home, and the rest of the sisters, I think, well, Mildred had already married, and Hazel was away teaching school, and Louise and Vera were going to San Jose State. So the only ones I really remember at home were Mona and Ray. And Mona was very sickly. She had asthma and was very sickly. So she was 7 years older than I am, was, am. And Ray was 9 years older. But he played with me a lot. He would play hopscotch with me, and I can remember at one corner of our house he made a playhouse out of gunny sacks, and I'm not sure how he did that, but okay, we have an interruption here.
Should we?
Oh, and we'll go back to we had a little interruption there. Um, it was like in the corner of, on the outside where one room went this way and one room went this way, and he, out of gunny sacks, he made walls for me, and I guess over the top, and that was my playhouse. And I thought that was so neat. And then he taught me how to play marbles, you know, the kind where you have them all in a row and in a circle and you shoot with your thumb. Anyway, because we lived where we did, we had no neighbors. We did have one neighbor, but no children. They were elderly. And so I didn't have any playmates on the street. And I had a dog, a German Shepherd dog, and she was my playmate. She was just my whole life.
Her name was?
Her name was Lady, a German Shepherd. I guess I told you that. And she used to walk with me. Sometimes on Saturdays, when I got a little bit older, my mom would let me walk, it'd probably be about 10 blocks to where my brother Roy and his wife Frida and their 5 children lived. And so I would take her on a leash, and she would walk with me over to their house, and I'd play, and then I'd walk back. But again, I'd have to cross those tracks, and thinking about it now, I wouldn't want our little kids doing that, but I guess back in those days things were a lot safer. When Dad was talking, he talked about going to movies. I don't remember doing much of that. I do remember I went to see Shirley Temple. And at that time, my mom's favorite actor, I think, was John Wayne. It doesn't seem like he would have been popular way back then, but I think he was in the first Westerns. And she liked John Wayne, and then they'd always see that I went to a Shirley Temple movie if it came to town. We only had the one theater in Newman. And
Do you remember how much it cost to go see it?
Oh, I can't. I don't remember the things like he does. I don't remember the prices, but I can remember we walked. In fact, there was an old car in the garage that was there for many years, and then my dad finally in 1935 bought a new Ford. And before that, I guess we walked everywhere. I mean, it was a small town, and I guess we walked to school activities or whatever. And I started playing the piano when I was first grade, I guess. And for a while, I took lessons from a Mrs. Longwell, I think her name was, and Mona would go out, and Ray would take us. I think he had an old car, so maybe when we did a lot of our traveling, we went in his old car. And he can remember how boring it was, sitting there waiting for us to have our piano lesson. And then I took from a Mrs. Jensen, and she was right in town, so I would walk for my lessons. And she'd have a recital once or twice a year, and I won quite a few awards from her for good playing and for never being late and that sort of thing. She gave out all kinds of awards, which was kind of neat. And sometimes we would have our recitals at the school auditorium, so we would be up on stage, and that was kind of scary. But anyway, I took lessons all through the years while we lived in Newman. And let's see, stop. I have to think. Gail just asked me a couple of questions about the house. I don't remember too much about it, but it did have 3 bedrooms and just 1 bath. And if I remember right, 2 of the bedrooms were off you go into the dining room, and at one end of the dining room was a bedroom, or a door into one bedroom, and at the other end of the dining room was a door into, I think that was Ray's room. And then you went into the living room. There were no halls. And then off of the living room was Mona's bedroom. One thing I can remember about Mona's bedroom, she had asthma, real bad. And I can remember she was sick so much of the time, and they were always trying new remedies. And there was this one that she had to breathe this, it was kind of like, something burning in a little thing, kind of like incense, I guess, only it wasn't incense. It was some kind of a medicated thing. And she would have to be in this dark room breathing this stuff. So that's what I remember about that room, being very dark and very smelly. And as sickly as she was, though, she was very, very popular. Uh, she was a cheerleader when she was in high school, and she played the piano beautifully, and I think she also sang. So she was Miss Newman, I think. And I think if they had had a Miss Newman contest in those days, she probably would have been the one. And one thing I can remember about her, I was probably in about the 4th grade, and this one day it was dress-up day at the high school, and she was dressed as Shirley Temple in this real short dress and all these curls, and she came to the door to see me, and I was so proud. That was my sister. Let's see, what else? I got the mumps, I think, in the 4th grade, and also maybe chicken pox. And from the people who sat around me, here my brother Ray had them the year before, they had the mumps year before, and I didn't get them from him, but I did get them the next year from the kids at school. I took dancing lessons. I think ballet and tap. I did that for a couple of years, and I think I was a Girl Scout. And I can remember walking to the dentist all by myself. This would be downtown Newman, and I'd have to walk up. It was like how will I explain it? Like a big old department store, only it wasn't a department store, it was office buildings, and you'd have to walk up these steps to the 2nd floor, and that's where the dentist was. And I was never sick, so I didn't ever have to go to a doctor. I did have one accident when I lived there. I was climbing on an old trailer bed of some kind, and all my little nieces and nephews were all with me, and they didn't know how to do it, so I was going to show them how to climb up to the top of that. Well, it fell and hit me on the head, and I was unconscious for 2 or 3 days. And of course, I'm sure I had a very worried mom and dad and sisters. In fact, Wheezy was the one that was there, and she picked me up from under whatever this was and carried me into the house. So, okay, what else about Newman? Gail asked me what kind of a student I was. I was a good student.
About straight A's?
Yeah, I got really good grades up until the time I was in 6th grade, yeah. And there we changed classes. I think we had 4 different teachers in 6th grade. It was kind of like a junior high, only it was 6th, 7th, and 8th. And my grades weren't quite as good then, but up until that time, I think, and we weren't graded A, B's, and C's. We were 1s, 2s, and 3s. 1s, 2s, and 3s, and I think I got mostly all 1s. So, what would you ask me?
You drank the gasoline?
Oh, Gail asked me about one time, I think I drank, it was either kerosene or gasoline, and there was a man that was living there, and we had kind of like a tank house, and he was renting that, and he had been cleaning his gun, and I don't know which substance it was, whether it was alcohol or gasoline or kerosene, but I drank it, and then I had to have my stomach.
How old were you?
I don't remember. I don't remember my age, so I probably was under.
Oh, you'd have been so little because you was
probably
known.
2, 3, so I don't remember that. And what else? Oh,
You said the rooster or
the
chicken?
neighbors we had lived across a vacant lot, and they, like I said, they were an elderly couple, and they had a few chickens, and I can remember going over there, and at this time, I didn't mind chickens. Like now, I can't stand them. But at that time, they had one little chicken. I guess there was only one left out of a hatch or batch of chickens, and that chicken would sit in my lap, and they had a big, tall eucalyptus trees, and they had a swing, and I'd go there and swing, and then this little chicken would sit in my lap.
When you swang?
Yeah. Oh, it was so tame. It was always with me when I go over there. And then my mom had a few chickens, and then we had a rooster, and the rooster started chasing me. It was a real mean rooster, and I guess this is where I developed a fear of anything with feathers, because I can't stand feathers. Okay, off for a minute. Dad was saying a while ago about going out to Grandma Bess's and not having electricity. Well, we had electricity in Newman, but we didn't have a refrigerator for a while. We had an ice box, and the iceman would bring ice. Of course, that was very common back in those days. And I think I can remember when we got our first phone. and it was very intimidating. I was afraid to use it. And the washing machine was the kind that sat out on the little porch area, and my mom would have to roll it into the kitchen and plug it into the sink. And no, I don't know if that's what she did or not. She'd fill it. Maybe she'd fill it with a bucket. I'm not sure about that, because I didn't do much washing in those days. But it was the kind with the wringer. And one day, I guess I was trying to help her, and I was putting things through the wringer, and she wasn't in there, and my hand went into the wringer, and it made this scar on my arm. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see my scar? Can you see that? Right there.
Just a minute.
Can you see that scar? Right there. Anyway, it was grinding and grinding and grinding on my arm, so she had to release something and pull my arm out very carefully. But she didn't even take me to a doctor. She just treated it herself. And I can remember just not liking wash day at all, because the kitchen would always be so hot and steamy, and it smelled like laundry soap, and I just didn't like laundry day. And let's see, of course she had to hang her clothes up. There was no dryers in those days. What else about Newman? You ask about the yard, didn't you?
Yeah, did you?
The backyard, there was no lawn or anything in the back. There was a garage, and I think like a chicken yard or something. And then in the front yard, finally, Ray put a lawn in for my mom. And I don't think we had sidewalks. I mean, we had pathways, but no cement. And then we had a fence across the front, and there was a little ditch that ran right across in front of the house beside the road, and we had this little wooden bridge, a little bridge that you walked across to get across the bridge, or to get across the little ditch. And I can remember in the summertime, sometimes we'd play Billy Goat's Gruff. And this would be Roy and Frida's children, or Dolores and Mildred's children. And we would take turns being up on top of the bridge, and we go trip, trap, trip, trap, trip, trap, trip, trap. And then down below would be Billy Goat Gruff. And he'd say, "Who's up on my bridge?" or "Who's," whatever that story was. And that was a game that I remember playing. And what else? Time out. My mom, I think, probably made most of our clothes, and she said Mona was just really hard to sew for, because she was very particular with her clothes. And I guess that's all about that. But I remember another thing when I think it was between, maybe it was like 5th grade, and I can remember one time I must have been sick. I didn't go to the doctor, but I was sick, and I could remember these 2 boys came to see me and brought me some flowers. And of course I wouldn't go to the door or anything. That was embarrassing. But I think they picked flowers out of my mom's yard and brought them to the door. And then I think those same 2, then probably maybe between 6th and 7th during that summer, I think they came one day to ask if I'd go to the show. Well, I wouldn't even go to the door again. That was barf. And then that summer we moved to Oregon. And my dad traded, he quit his job, I guess, or maybe he was retiring from there, because by now, let's see, how old would he have been? Time out. I think my mom was about 43 maybe when I was born, and my dad was 5 years older. So then this would have made him about 60 when we moved to Oregon, and which is kind of old to be starting anew. But he traded his property in Newman. He had the house and maybe a couple of acres there, and he traded it for some property up in Upper Camp Creek, Oregon, which is out of Eugene and Springfield. And it was a beautiful area. It was in this little valley, and a creek ran right through our property. The house was an ancient 2-story house, and there we didn't have any electricity. and we had an outhouse like Dad had talked about, and I think it was I can't remember if it was a 2 or 3 holer, but anyway, that was pretty hard to get used to, having had indoor plumbing and then not having it up there. But it was such a beautiful area that you didn't really mind. In fact, I just loved it there. And I went to a one-room schoolhouse, and there were like 28 kids, I think, in the whole 8 grades. And I was 7th grader then, and there were only 5 of us in the 7th grade. And it was neat. It was just a really fun year. Um, we had a potbelly stove up in the front, and you could see the school from where we lived, and I rode my bike. Okay, that was my phone interruption. That was Sammy looking for Dawn. Anyway, it might have been like a half a mile to ride, but you go down one road and then you turn and go another way, but you could see through the fields. And so my mom would watch me riding my bike to school. And I can remember the first time I ever went to a box social was there, and that was for the whole community. It was a small community, well, like with 28 kids in the whole school, it was very small, but they'd have get-togethers real often, all this little country community. And we had this box social, so my mom had fixed the box that she was going to take, and she fixed one for me. And I can remember this boy named Clyde bit on my, and oh, I'm so embarrassed. I had to sit by him and eat, and that was awful.
You probably couldn't hardly even eat.
I know it. I couldn't. I mean, I thought he was kind of neat, but he had kind of big ears, if I remember right. But he was the only boy my age, so I guess I should feel pretty honored that he got mine instead of one of the other girls. There's one boy in our class. I think there was 4 girls and 1 boy, and those were the only 7th graders. And I think when I was sitting in this classroom with all these little kids, I can remember the little 1st graders were learning how to do their numbers, and they made their 5s a certain way, and then I picked up making my 5s that same way. Oh, okay. So anyway, that was a very enjoyable year at school. And that summer, between 7th and 8th, my sister Mildred came up with her 2 children, and Roy's wife Frida came up with her 5 children, and they each spent about a month. And Mildred and her 2 stayed in our house, and Frida and her 5 camped out beside this creek that ran through our property. So we had a lot of fun that summer. And we had a garden. So we had 20 acres of timber, and on the way up to that timber was this little garden plot that my mom and Dad had planted a garden. And I can remember sitting up there with Hazel and Dolores, and Hazel was another sister, and keeping the cows out so that they wouldn't mess up my mom's garden. And the first time I ever tasted tuna was when Dolores and I were sitting up there watching out for the garden, and Hazel brought us up our lunch, and there was this great sandwich, and it was tuna. And I'd never had tuna sandwich before. And while I lived, I think that was where we lived, when we didn't have much money at all. In fact, it seemed like everything that my dad did there, nothing went right. I mean, he'd buy a cow or something, the cow would die, or he had very bad luck there, so we didn't have very much money. And I can remember my sister Mildred made me 3 dresses, and oh, I thought they were great. In fact, one was blue, and it had these little white sailor-shaped people going down the back, buttons going down the back, and oh, I thought that was the neatest dress. So anyway, then that was a real fun summer with all those kids up there to play with. And then my dad traded that property for something in Cresswell. And I'm not sure what order we lived there. We lived for a while out about 2 miles north of Cresswell, and it was a gas station and had 4, in those days they were called cabins. It was an auto court. And that was a very pretty home. and I had to, I'm trying to think how I got to school there. Time out. The details are very sketchy about just where we lived when, because I just don't remember what order. But this was about 2 miles out in the country. And I know part of the time Mona was living with us, and she took me back and forth to school. Um, that might have been, I just don't remember what order we lived there. But that was Gail was asking what these cabins were. In those days, instead of being called a motel, it was called an auto court. And there were 4 cabins, just like it'd be, 4 motel spots, 4 motel rooms or whatever. And then there were like 2 gas pumps, I guess. And then another place we lived in Cresswell, my dad had the Gilmore gas station, and there was a little lunch counter there. And my mom made hamburgers and sandwiches and had soda pop and that sort of thing. And this was right across the street from kind of a lumber mill. This was in Cresswell. And so a lot of the guys from the lumber mill would come over and eat my mom's hamburgers, and they thought they were just great, great hamburgers. So I remember eating lunch a lot there. And let's see, what else do I remember there? I had a lot of fun at that school too, just lots of fun. In fact, I can remember one time, I guess we went on some kind of a field trip or something to Eugene. And I can remember that these boys, I guess, looking back, I can't imagine doing this, but I guess they had stolen a few little items from like a Cress's or something, and they asked me to carry them. And can you imagine that? And I did. And then when we got back to school, I gave them to them, and I thought, they could have caught me for that, and I wasn't the one that stole them. But anyway, so we had fun there, and then I started high school in Cresswell. Well, let's see, who was my boyfriend in 8th grade? I had a boyfriend there, but I probably wouldn't admit to it. And then I think I was going to parties and things between 8th grade and freshman. And, time out. Gail just asked me a question about church. When we lived in Newman, we went to the Presbyterian church. And I don't really remember too much about that. And then when we lived in Cresswell, some of my friends were going to the Methodist church, so I went to the Methodist church. And then when Mona was living there with us, she went to the Presbyterian church, so we went to different churches. And she, as usual, had a lot of boyfriends up there. She had been living in California with Vera and going to school and working or whatever, but she came up there for a few months to visit, and she probably was having fun with being the new girl in town, so she was very popular and had a lot of dates and everything. And let's see, what else can I remember about Cresswell? Time out. I just told Gail that that's probably where I learned to swim. all 4 of my children don't think I swim very well.
Yes, you do. You swim very pretty.
But anyway, we would all go to the river to swim, and that's where I learned to swim. And I think I swam side stroke. And now thinking of my kids swimming in the river, I think, oh, no way. Oh, another thing too, when we lived way out there, I can remember one of the guys who lived in one of those cabins had a horse, and the horse's name was Wing, and he used to let me ride that horse. And I would ride into Cresswell, which was 2 miles along, and this was on Highway 99, and I would ride beside the road. And now I think of that, and I just shudder to think that I'd ride along there, and there were Greyhound buses in those days, and there wasn't very much room. Oh, and that just makes me shudder to think that I did that. But anyway, I'm still here, so that's where I learned to drive. And I can remember my dad had an old clunker of a car. I don't know what happened to that, the 1935 Ford that he bought. In fact, this was back in Newman that he bought the Ford, and then 2 years later he had traded that in for a 37 Ford. And then when we moved up there, I bet he traded that for a truck, because he needed a truck to haul feed from from Eugene out to this farm out there at Upper Camp Creek. But anyway, then when I was learning how to drive, my dad had an old, I think it was called like a Jordan or something like that. But he didn't have much patience to teach me to drive. He would get kind of upset with me, and then I'd get upset with him, so that didn't work out. And then this fellow named John, who finally married my sister Hazel, he taught me to drive. And he, you're never as patient with your own as you are with somebody else, so he taught me how to drive. And that's where I learned. And I think I was driving some before I had a license, because I didn't get my license till I lived in Modesto, but I was driving some up there. So I don't know how we got by with that, unless the age was different up there. Maybe you could drive at a lesser age without a license. I'm not sure. So time out. I guess I said that I started high school in Cresswell, and the high school was upstairs over the grammar school. So we didn't have to move very far to get to a different school. And I played in the band there, and I can remember that everybody liked, all the kids liked the band instructor so much. And I just can barely remember this, but I guess the school board or somebody decided that they didn't want him there anymore. And why, I don't know. Maybe there had been a problem. But I can remember the band, there's Sammy, the band marching and protesting that our band leader was being moved. So I guess we even had protesters way back in. Am I on?
Yes. I was going to say, you ended up,
Okay.
it didn't say any, the clarinet part kind of.
Okay, I had to change my blouse because I saw the other and it was too washed out. So is this better? Okay, I was talking about playing in the band in Cresswell, and I played clarinet. Not very good, but I attempted. And,
Just a minute.
okay. Anyway, my, what do you call Gail? She's my interviewer.
Your daughter.
My interviewer. Anyway, I had to leave to go answer something. Anyway, we had this really good band instructor, and he was really a neat guy. And for some reason, they fired him or whatever. And at that age, I mean, I was a 8th grade and then freshman. Maybe I heard what the problem was, but I don't remember it if I did. And I can remember that the band marched down the main street of this little town of Cresswell protesting the loss of their band leader. I think his name was Mr. Blackwell. But anyway, I had a lot of fun at that school, a lot of fun, and I was there my freshman year and half of my sophomore year, and I just really liked it. We did lots of fun things. We had parties, and I had 2 or 3 boyfriends, and I mean, not all at once, at different times. And then Christmas of my sophomore year, we came down to my sister Wheezy's and her husband Henry for Christmas. I said that. And my mom got sick, and she wasn't well enough to go back up to Cresswell. So I had to start school in Calistoga, and I hated it. I didn't want to go. It was just, I was just a pill. I know I was a pill. But I had to go. And I took sewing there, and I hated that sewing class. I didn't like the teacher. I didn't like what I was doing. It was just awful. I know I was in the drum corps there. I was in the band, but I was also in the drum corps. And I played the drums, and we marched, and it was funny. So then, right at the very last, I began thinking, well, this school isn't that bad. But by then, my dad was still up in Oregon, and he got a job in Modesto. So we moved to Modesto. And that summer, Dolores and I went with Wheezy and Henry up to Yosemite, and he had all his ag boys up there. And oh, did she and I have fun up there. That was the summer before I was a junior. And there were 2 boys that she and I really liked, and we just couldn't wait to get letters from them. Then they never wrote to us. my cameraman, I can't get her situated there. She has to close curtains and she has to fix the leg on the tripod. And anyway, we kept waiting to hear from these two guys. And I think we finally heard from one of them, but didn't hear from the other one. And then I think there was like a county fair in Calistoga. And she and I went over to visit with Wheezy and go to that fair. And I think we did see a couple of those boys. But anyway, so then I moved to Modesto, like I said, and I started my junior year. And my dad was working as a kind of like a maintenance man out at what was then called Hammond General Hospital, and that was an Army hospital where the
West
West Campus is now. And that's where he worked. And then, like I said, I started my junior year there, and I was in band. And now he's probably going to want to share some time with me. That's all right. It's your turn.
Someone say something.
Anyway, I wasn't sure if I'd like Modesto, but I did. And it was, my first girlfriend there was Theta. She played trumpet and I played clarinet. And she was a year younger. But she and I became just really close friends, and she lived about 2 blocks away. And
Where'd you live in Modesto?
I lived on
Pine Street.
I lived on Pine, and she lived in Vine, on Vine Street. And that right now is right in the middle, I think, of Blacktown, isn't it?
Yeah, very bad. Very bad.
Very
part.
bad part of town now.
It was the old part of Modesto then. And
You mean over by Modesto High School?
Yeah.
Over in there? Oh.
It was what direction from Modesto High?
a little bit north.
And there was a black family on that street, but a real nice black family. But that was the only one at that time on that street. And it was an old home, but it was, like I told you, my dad kept trading house after house. And so anyway, then you can say how you saw me.
Well, am I in the thing too now?
Mm-hmm.
I better sit up straighter because I don't want to sit like I was before.
He changed shirts too.
I looked like I was laying down before. I didn't realize until I saw the reprint. A couple things I'd forgotten to mention earlier is that when I was growing up and I was about, in the 8th grade, 7th grade, something like that, we'd go up to my dad's brothers, which was Minden, and he had a son named Paul, and Paul was a couple of years younger than I was. And they had an old 1924 Chevrolet that they decided they weren't going to keep anymore, but it ran. So Paul stripped it all down, and I mean it was stripped down till it was a frame and a motor. It didn't even have seats. We'd have to sit on a peach box and a steering wheel, no fenders, no floorboards, no nothing, just ground underneath you, sitting on a peach box wired to this frame. And so Paul and I, we'd go out and we'd go fast and turn spinners out in the pasture, hookers, and spin around and round and round and round, and mud would go up. There was no fenders. The mud would just keep flying up, and we'd go like the devil and down through the creek, and it's a wonder we didn't kill ourselves out there.
Really? I mean, especially just right, nothing to keep you on.
There were no doors, no nothing. It's just a frame with a peach box on it and a steering wheel, no dashboard. So anyway, we'd come in and we just looked like we was in one of these mud derbies at the county fairgrounds. We just covered with mud. And sometime, once in a while, we get out on the highway and drive clear up to the Orvis Ranch on it. And I remember I'd be telling Paul, let's go faster. And he says, it's wide open right now. And it would only go about 25 miles an hour. But we used to have a lot of fun. And I'd stay overnight with Paul, so we'd sleep outside under the trees. And then another thing that reminded me, I was a Boy Scout when I was growing up too, whatever grade I was, and I would be in a Boy Scout, and I worked my way up to a 2nd class Scout, and I was almost ready for the 1st class, and I don't know, I lacked something or other, but the Scout wasn't a strong program then like it is now. But this one time, I had a heck of a day. We decided it was a chance for us to go on this, an outing. It was in the dead of winter. And this guy showed up with this old 1934 Ford truck with side racks all around it, and there was a whole bunch of us guys to get underneath that, and it was raining, so he'd tied a tarp down over it, And where I happened to be, you were just packed in there like sardines. You couldn't move. But where I sat was right over the rear wheel, which was duals. And there was a hole in the floor about 8 inches wide and about 12 inches long. And the water from the tires and the rain would squirt up. And I just got soaked. And it was a cold winter day. And we was going to the snow. I remember that now. We was going to the snow. And we got up to Sonora, and there was like 6 or 10 inches of snow in Sonora, so we just stayed right there. Well, here I was, half froze to death, soaking wet, and just miserable from being wet, and everybody else was having a good time, and I was just in over that darn wheel. So that wasn't another thing that I was old enough to be given these sheep, this Cunic medicine for the tapeworms. That we had to run all. Like in 1948, we had 8,000 head of sheep. We had to give them all Cunic about 4 times through the season. So that was around 24,000 head of sheep that my dad and I and maybe a hired man would give all this medicine to. And your feet were just sore because it was sharp. Well, what I was leading up to say is, I saw in the magazine, an advertisement that there was a store uptown that had men's work shoes with a steel cap in the toe. And I thought, oh, I want to get one of those pairs. So my dad and I went down there, and I wore like about a size 6 at the time, and all they had was 8, and they were a big heavy-duty shoe. Well, we came home without it, and I felt so bad and kept thinking, oh, I wanted that shoe, and they couldn't order it, and I went on about it. So after a couple of days, my dad finally gave up, went down and bought me the size 8, and I only needed a size 6. And I'll remember, I never said anything to him, but my foot felt like it was just swimming inside of an auditorium. And those big shoes were big, heavy soles, the kind like logging boots wear. And here I felt like I had 30-pound shoes on each foot.
And how old had you been then?
Oh, maybe 8th grade, possibly first year of high school, but I think more like...
bigger than that, though, man.
Well, whatever it was, whatever size, maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, they were way too big for me. And my dad kept telling me, Leonard, they're way too big. And I said, no, I want them even so. Well, he finally gave in and bought them for, I think they were $8 for the shoes. At that time, it was a big price for work shoes. And I can remember out working with the sheep, and I thought to myself, if I ever get these things turned straight, I can walk that way. And sometimes I think to myself, where's my feet? I can't, they're so big, all the sheep are on them. Anyway, it was,
But did it feel better, though?
Well, that part of it was, but I just go clump, 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 walking any place because they were just way, way too heavy. Another thing that I did when I was in band is they had what was called the 3 trumpeters, and I was one of them, and Craig was another one, and Ralph Hagopian was another one. And we got to be pretty good. We could triple tongue and all that sort of thing, and I wished we had recording material to record it in those days. We didn't, so we never got it recorded, but it was pretty neat. We'd go to a band concert, and they'd put Ralph out front, and they'd put Craig off a little bit to the side, and I'd be quite a ways out in back, and they would start off with da-da-da, 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 and each one of us had played a different part, and it was like you were coming in from an echo. And then after a little bit of that fancy introduction with the echo part, then we'd all stand together. And we gave concerts at different places and played it for this, like the Lions Club or the Rotary, and then Modesto High School had a concert, and so we played it for that. Okay, let's see, what else? You want to shut down for a minute? Or? I remember one big welding job that I had that I almost wish I'd never started. Building that big scraper that time, that was a heck of a job building that. And but then to make matters worse, so the Caterpillar kind of needed some tracks, and they were pretty well worn down, and through the war you couldn't get new tracks, so old dumb Len, he just decided he's going to repair them all. So I took the tracks off of the Caterpillar and hard-faced all those rails and built them up 1/4 of an inch thick, and it was probably about 4 or 5 passes over each rail, and it was I'd probably weld 8 to 10 hours a day, and I was probably 4 or 5 days getting this all done, and I built up the sprockets and built up the rollers and the front idlers. It was a humongous job, but I finally got it all done. Okay.
He's checking his notes.
We built a feed shed down at the ranch there in 1939, and it was a little field there, and it had the borders in it. So the old trailer that's up the east lane right now, Rodney's probably seen that up there, that we never use it anymore, it's just a frame. Well, that was a 1929 Chevrolet truck, and we had no tractor at the time. and we had an old 2-horse Fresno scraper, and I can remember driving that truck straddling those borders while my dad went along and let the scraper knock the hump off of the border so we could build a scraper, and Uncle Mitt helped my dad build that feed shed. That was in 1939.
Do you want to hear from me again?
Sure.
You can sing a song.
I don't sing very well. I was just trying to think, before I dated Dad, I went steady with one guy in Modesto. And after I had dated him for a couple of months, I found out that he wasn't that nice a guy, but he was real nice when he was with me. And he was kind of cute, wasn't he?
Whoever it was.
Claire.
Oh, yeah.
Swanson.
We'll talk some more. I'm writing something
And
down.
then I dated quite a few guys, and then I met him, and I still was dating here and now and then. And one night he came over and he says, "If you go out with one more person, I'm not coming back." Do you remember that?
No?
Oh, well, you did.
He's too into writing his.
I know.
Well, I thought you meant Claire said that. I
No,
don't remember
you
saying
said that.
I don't remember saying it.
You did.
Okay.
You said, "If you go out with one more, I'm not coming back."
Well, about the time that Mom and I started
That's right, I
meeting each other,
remember.
the war was on, and a lot of our friends started signing up and enlisting in the service. Well, little by little, there were just fewer and fewer of your friends at school anymore, and it was a great time for a single guy because all these girls were without dates, but by that time I was dating Velma pretty steadily. But Modesto was, every city in the United States was transformed overnight into a war production. Every shop in Modesto, every like welding shop, was busy with war contracts, and you couldn't go buy, as I told you earlier, you couldn't go buy bacon, you couldn't buy shoes, all that stuff was frozen. Tires, you couldn't buy tires, gasoline you couldn't buy, unless you had a coupon. They issued coupon books, and you were issued one coupon, and you could go make up your mind, I've got the chance to buy one pair of shoes. Well, I want work shoes, or I want dress shoes, or I want whatever. And the tires and rubber, the rubber in tires was so poor at the time that the natural rubber, which everything is synthetic now, but the natural rubber in tires came out of, I don't know, but anyway, we couldn't go to it. By the way, is that going to have to be turned over, or you have to watch for
It
the
doesn't turn over, honey.
Oh, that's right. And it'll click off so you'll hear it. So anyway, people who were permitted, speed limit was dropped down to 35 miles an hour, and everybody was having flat tires. Their tires were getting thinner and thinner, and everybody, even tubes were showing through the sides of tires here and there, and it was nothing to have blowouts and flat tires all the time. And then for a while, I don't know whether this was more or less a test. It was probably more of a test than it was the norm for every day, but we had blackouts. And they didn't want the enemy to be able to see lights of, say, Stockton and, say, lights of Modesto, and know that in between would be the aluminum plant, and they would try to blow that up or associate military bases from where the... So everything in the town was shut down for brightness. You couldn't drive uptown for nothing unless you had an emergency permit to drive. And you had to have all your windows and blinds closed, and they even had people driving down the street and looking to see if they could see any light coming out of your house. So then they had these guard towers all around. Oh, there was 4 or 5 of them around Modesto, and you had binoculars, and all night long they had people that would man those things, volunteers, to check for airplanes, and they'd have to call in if they say, I see an airplane coming, and to spot anything that was coming in that they hadn't spotted. Because see, at that time we didn't have radar yet. So
And tell about the headlights that you could only.
oh yeah, the little that big a space right there, the size of maybe a postage stamp turned on angle, was all you could have. Even on the emergency vehicles, you couldn't turn on headlights. They had to drive by almost by feel going down the street, and the only those 2 little buttons of light sticking out was to warn another person coming that, oh, here comes a car, I better watch out for them. So and then another thing that I used to do a lot, and I guess it was kind of dangerous, but at the time I had no trouble with it at all. Coming out from school at about the McHenry Bridge, or where Minnie's is on Modesto, at the big Y there, or the 5-point intersection, I'd be riding along, and I'd wait for a truck to go by me, a big truck with a trailer that was not going too slow, and I'd grab with my left hand onto the edge of it in the back, And I'd ride, and man, we'd get going faster and faster and faster, and now and then I'd hear the truck horns honk, or he'd kind of sway like as much as they get off, and I'd maybe get off, but anyway, I used to ride lots of times, and man, I think to myself, man, and McHenry Avenue was a real narrow cement road with the little shoulders on the side and the bump, 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 bump strips, and so anyway, that was kind of close. I remember another thing. Oh, that's getting too far back. I won't tell about that now.
I'll just say real quickly that about the war, about the watches at night, that lasted over a year.
Well,
just
the
so
blackouts, I'm almost sure were probably tests now and then, so that they were needed. But it seems to me, I can't remember whether we had to do that every night or if that was only a special few nights as a test. But anyway, they eased up on that. It wasn't so bad from there on out. Well, okay, so we kept wondering why a lot of us weren't being called up. In the draft, you put your name in this big, massive collection of names that the government had, and then you got notices. And everybody said, well, I got a notice to go up for my physical. Oh, you did? Did you? No, I didn't get one yet. So it was kind of a hit and miss deal whether you got to go or not, and we began realizing there was an awful lot of us farm boys that weren't being called. So we don't know whether there was pressure by the government to let the farm boys stay home to do the ranch work, and kids that were just in college or school was picked to go to fight in the war. And of course this was in the draft by that time. Of course a lot of guys, to avoid the draft, they didn't sound patriotic, so they would sign up for a long stint. But finally this one time we got our notice, Craig and I and a whole bunch of farm boys, and there was a Greyhound bus left Riverbank. That's where we had to assemble to go up to Camp Beale for our physical. So when we got up there, I was really kind of just dismayed, because as going along on the physical line, this doctor found something wrong, thought I had heart trouble. And so anyway, he said, have you ever had heart trouble? And I said, well, there was suspicious whether I had rheumatic fever when I was little. And he said, that's it. And he just took the stamp and stamped it 4F. So I thought, my gosh, well, I was naturally glad I didn't have to go and fight in the war, but at the same time everybody else was leaving, and you felt kind of left out because the whole thing was happening and you weren't there a part of it. So when we got back onto that bus at Camp Beale, somebody says, well, I was 4S. Well, I was too. Well, I was too. And we got so suspicious that we made a count that day, and there was, I don't remember how many was on the bus, but anyway, there was 160 of us on the bus, and something like 110 of us or 120 of us was all 4F, and we were all farm boys. So we were surprised. But Craig was one that didn't, he got picked to go. And Craig was real light and real frail at that time. I mean, he was quite a small person. He's since not that way now, but at that time he was a lot smaller. I don't know if that had any bearing on it or not, but we were really all surprised to think that almost every one of us categorically that was 4F were farm boys. And so anyway, we didn't get picked. So time went on, months went on, years went on, and finally in 1946 it was, they gave me another call to come up for a physical, and that time I passed and went in. But in the meantime the war was finishing and winding down and was finished, and so the all draftees got out, and I was only in for 6.5 months. So anyway, I guess we could tell now about when I started dating you and we saw each other. This was when, in September?
That's when I started school there, but we didn't start dating then until February.
Anyway, I was sitting in the band this one day, and I said to Craig, oh, there's a new face come in, and I thought, oh, there's somebody new, and I thought, gee, I'd like to get interested in that, and so...
and
her. So anyway, I didn't do much about it, I guess. I've kind of forgotten.
No,
but
I was dating other people.
But anyway, I was kind of shy and kind of backward about dating, so I wasn't very aggressive. So anyway, then it finally came time when there was a party. This Theta that Velma spoke of earlier, it was giving a party, and I found out that Velma was going to be there, and I thought, oh, good. I'm going to be invited to Theta's party. I had found that out, and I thought, there, it's a good chance for me to meet Velma. And
That's me.
And so anyway, I asked somebody, Theta or somebody, if they were going to play any games and have partners. And she said, yeah, we're going to pick our partners by the girls throwing their shoes into the center, and you run in and grab the shoe. So I made sure I very carefully looked to see what shoes she had on. And when we grabbed the shoe and I grabbed the one I wanted, it was the wrong size. And it would have to be Theta's shoe. And I thought, oh no, doggone it. So anyway, the rest of the evening I was kind of Theta's partner. We played just games, nothing very big. But after the party, well, Velma says, well, I'm going to go home with Theta for the night. And
I was at Theta's house. I was going to spend the night with her, but we were going to go get something with the drive-in or something.
Okay. So anyway, we started out driving, and I was driving, and Theta was in the middle, Velma's on the outside, and she says, I sure feel lonely way over here on the outside. And I thought, oh, here's my clue. And I said, well, good, I'll just get in the middle and you drive, and then nobody will be lonely. So we drove, and she drove, and all the time I was thinking to myself, gosh, I hope nothing goes wrong. You know, I had my dad's pickup here, and she's driving it. So we...
I wonder if I had my license. I bet I didn't have my license. No, I would have.
So we drove to the drive-in, got something, and then we drove back, and then... So I said, well, why don't we, it was kind of a lonely street, and I said, why don't we park here a little bit? So anyway, we did, and I gave Theta a kiss, and then gave Mom a kiss, and I thought, oh man, I don't want to turn back to Theta for nothing. And so anyway, I thought, oh, this is just heaven on earth, kissing Velma. So poor Theta kind of got shortchanged kissing that night. So that was our first start of starting to date. I don't know where in the sequence, but I can think of lots of little things that happened during our dates.
About our second date after that, you invited me to a dance. And that's when you were just starting to wear glasses. And you thought you shouldn't wear them. You thought maybe you looked better without them. And I thought you looked so much better with glasses. And I kept thinking, well, can you see that over there? Shouldn't you put your glasses on? I didn't want to tell him he looked better with glasses on. And he said, no, I can see it pretty good. And I said, well, yeah, but shouldn't you see it better? So he finally got him on, and he looked much better with glasses on.
Okay, so anyway, then we dated for many years. I think about 6 years or 6.5 years, something like that. So there's many things that happened in those times that were kind of exciting and fun. But there was one time that I guess we'd been dating for quite a while, and so I was in my dad's pickup. By the way, I didn't have a car yet, and my dad would let me use his pickup. And my dad would haul hogs to the stockyard auction in Stockton, and there's nothing any more smelly and potent than hog manure. And though I would try to wash the pickup out and rinse it out, it was in the floor mats, it was on the seats. I would clean the pickup as well as I could, and it was reasonably clean, but that aroma was still bad. So I would go and buy quantities of cheap sachet powder, and I'd dust it all around the shop just like rat poison or something all around.
Around the shop, around the...
In the pickup, around on the floorboard. And it was so strong with that sachet smell that it pretty well killed the hog smell. But then it wasn't long that my dad began realizing that I better get Leonard a car, because he would have to then, maybe the next day, haul some cattleman or a sheepman or a hogman around, and that smell of that sachet powder was so strong that Dad was kind of wondering if maybe the buyers might think, well, Harvey, were you out with some floozy yesterday or something? And then I was at the age I wanted to doll the pickup up, so I put on some great big dual pipes in the back and changed the mufflers, and my dad's pickup, instead of being a nice cattleman's pickup, was that vroom, vroom, with all the pipes and the manifold, and I had spotlights on it, and I think if he had to haul any cattlemen around, which we had cattle at the time, they'd probably think, gosh, Mr. Walt, this is your pickup. And so anyway, it wasn't long till Dad got me a pickup, a car. But before we got the car, then this experience happened one night. We'd been uptown in Modesto and gone to a show or something, and so as usual, we'd go out to park in this. The couples did that in those days. I don't know if it's too scary now to go out and park on lonely roads, but anyway, at that time there was not much worry about it. And there was a new subdivision in Modesto, and they had just homes just partially built along the area there, and there was a track with weeds where you could see where the wheels had gone. Nobody else was out there. It was just to ourselves, and so anyway, little did I know, but some kids that we knew in school, Norman Geist and Don Randall Walker and a couple other guys, they'd gotten in Norman Geist's pickup, or Norman Geist's pickup, and they were following us with their lights off. Well, I guess I was in love and had my arm around Mom, and we weren't even paying attention that somebody was following us. So I turned off on this little dark street, and there was no street lamps or no anything like that. And was driving along. Of course, you had just a path to follow these two, so it wasn't like you could weave any place on the street. So that means that he was, if following me, was right in the same exact paths. Well, my dad had a great big trailer hitch out in back that stuck out about that far with a big ball on the front. It was a big, massive thing, and it was a pretty heavy-duty pickup anyway. So we was driving along maybe 4 to 8 or 10 miles an hour, and I thought, well, this is far enough. We'll just stop right here. So I put the pickup in neutral and let it, and turn off the key and just let the clutch slide a little bit to where it served as a brake. So I stopped quicker than just rolling, but without brake lights on. Well, they saw my lights go out in back. They thought that I had spotted him, was going to try to make a getaway, as young kids all do. And so anyway, he put it in second gear and just really poured the gas of the car and was just picking up speed when reaching for the, he just turned on the headlights at the instant we hit the hit in this back. And there was this terrible crash from the back. And of course, thinking there wasn't a soul around us, it was very startling.
No wonder we didn't have whiplash.
Yeah. And so anyway, and we didn't hear them step on the gas or anything. So bang, all of a sudden I was traveling, like it or not, I was traveling 15 or 20 miles an hour just from the smash and the impact in the back. So I turned on the key and speeded up and spun around and headed right back to see who was it that hit us. Well, that big trailer hitch had gone through the bumper, the grill, in through the radiator and smashed him, and even punctured the timing case cover and the motor. It just annihilated the motor. It was terrible. So I had to tow him someplace to get the pickup where they could do something with it. Anyway, it was laid up for a week or two with that. So that was one experience that was pretty hectic. I guess we gotta wait for telephone right now, unless I can think of some.
Where is it?
Well, naturally, there's just thousands of different situations that we could talk about and tell, and they'll come to us our minds. Maybe you can think of some as we go along. One of them comes to my mind is Velma belonged to the College Y, the YMCA, I guess, or YWCA, was it?
I don't know, it was just College Y. I think it was men and
And
women.
they had a trip to Yosemite Valley planned, and so the boys were invited along through the YMCA, I guess, too. Well, when we got up there, we had all separate cabins, and everything was proper as far as that goes. But when we went to bed that night, it was real cold, and they didn't have quite enough beds. So the boys decided that we were with in our little cabin. There was 3 of us in this cabin, that we'd put the beds together so 3 of us could sleep in one bed. Well, we drew straws, and I was the one that got picked to sleep in the middle. And they'd given us each, I think, 6 of those big old heavy army blankets. Well, 6 army blankets on a real cold night, there's snow outside, it would probably be very welcome. There are no heaters in there. But in putting the 2 beds together, that meant 6 blankets were over here on this guy, and 6 blankets were there, and 12 thicknesses were in the middle, overlapped on me, just about the width of my body.
It was a double bed, not a queen, a double. They didn't have queen.
We were cramped and tight. Well, those 12 big thick, those old army blankets were 3/16 of an inch thick to 1/4 of an inch thick, and
Don't get too far away.
And they were just like a ton of bricks on us, and I was just simply being compressed into nothing in that bed. I couldn't hardly breathe. I was too hot, and those guys kept turning over, and I thought to myself, oh, if I could just buy my way out of this situation. It was terrible. If you got up, it was freezing, and so yeah, that was an awful night. Well, we got up the next morning, and the snow had come in. It was like a foot of snow all over the valley, and it was just so pretty, and we had a good time. Well, that's just one of. Can you think of some things? We went to Canada one time with Donna and Joe, and I had a lot of fun up there. We went into this great big house, and
we thought it was a place to be touring.
And it was somebody's private home.
And you went in?
Yeah, I was looking around in it and didn't realize.
We signed the guest book and everything.
They had a guest book in there, so I don't know. The best we could tell, it was somebody's private home, but we didn't know. But we never saw anybody, so we just closed the door and finally walked back out.
We decided it wasn't a place to be touring.
So anyway, until we can think of some of the other situations, you'll be thinking of some things.
Well, one thing I was just going to say, like when you would go to a hamburger place, and how much was
Oh, yeah. Okay. When we was in high school, the nickel lunch was across the street. That's what the name of it, the nickel lunch. And the hamburger was 5 cents. And they weren't big hamburgers, they weren't deluxe, but the deluxe hamburger with the tomato and the pickle and the lettuce and the mayonnaise and all that sort of thing, that was 10 cents. So And then we'd go lots of times down to what's called Jones's. It was a big ice cream place, and they had these great big glass milkshake jars or glasses that were this big around and probably that tall. Was probably the same size as these big glasses that we drink Pepsi out of right now, and with thick milkshake clear to the top, and it was 10 cents. So, and we'd go to show for 35 cents. I can't think of what else. My dad by that time had bought me this new car. Well, it was a used car. It was a 1940 Ford convertible, and I think it was $750. And oh, I just thought that was the neatest car. At one time, Craig and I and Ernie Azevedo went up to Lake Strawberry, and we towed the boat up with my Ford car, and we got up there, and that night we tied up, we had an inboard boat. Craig and I had bought one together, and it wasn't in very good shape, but it looked real nice. It was real fancy. It was all white with a mahogany deck, and it even had a radio in it. And for back in those years, that was really super to have a radio, because even cars didn't have hardly radios then, and just a few did. So anyway, it was a fancy boat, and there was just no inboards up on Lake Strawberry. Now there's lots of those kind of boats, but that people would just walk and all just cluster around to look at it because it was so special and so neat, and they're few and far between. So we were very, very popular up there at that time. So anyway, but the boat had quite a few weak spots in it, and one of them was a leaky spot when we found out. But so anyway, we tied the boat up at the end of the dock at Pinecrest Lake. The next morning we went out there, and somebody had stolen our boat. At least we thought so. We called the ranger, and he come out, and he said, well, where did you have it tied? And I said, well, we had it tied right here where this rope is going down in the water. And we looked down, and you could see the silhouette of our boat. It had sunk overnight. This nice boat, the upholstered seats, gas tank, oil, radio, the whole thing was sitting under the water. Well, it was a big job getting that all up. I don't even remember how we got it up and out of there, but we finally did, and had to take it home and get it all rebuilt. But that was a very shock that day. Well, in the meantime, then here's this draft come along the second time, and went up to Camp Beale went up to Sacramento for a physical. And this time the guy says, well, you're fine. And so anyway, and now all the boys, there was 10.5 million men in the service in World War II. That shows you how massive it was. You couldn't walk the streets of Modesto or go in a store, but what everybody you saw was in uniform, unless you were an old man or a young kid. Everybody was in uniform. Girls, a lot of ladies. Well, there was, I should say, all the men were, but there was lots of ladies that were in the WACs and the Waves and the Air Force and that sort of thing. So here everybody's coming home, and now I'm getting sent away. Well, okay, that couldn't do anything about it. So they sent me to Camp Beale, and Camp Beale's up above Sacramento, and it's a massive staging center for getting all your shots and your clothes and your duffel bags and whatnot. So I went up and got all that and my shots, and while I was there for about 4 or 5 days getting all this, one day, I think it was a Sunday, Mom and Dad, remember that, came up, and my gram,
I think so,
and brought Vilma, so we could have one last day together. It was in broad daylight, so there's nothing we could do except just walk around, and when nobody's looking, to steal a kiss here and there or something like that. So anyway, that was kind of a sad day. I had to say goodbye to her, and so I knew I was being shipped out. And of course, at that time, there were still just tremendous amount of troops every place, and still the draft was still on. So that this particular day, now it was time to be sent to your camp for your training. So they sent us out to this massive blacktop campground with blacktop. It was like 4 or 5 football fields, all in one big blacktop area with loudspeakers around. And out there, in about every 4 or 5 days, they put these people out there, and then you got called to go to your respective camps or forts wherever you'd be trained. So they were just thousands and thousands and thousands of us out there. So they announced over the PA system, they said, okay, now all the names that are called A through Z are going to go to Fort Hood, Texas. So they started off with all the A's and the B's, and finally when they hit in the V's, I kept thinking, me, no. Okay, now all you guys get up and leave and go over to so-and-so, and they were gone. Then they said, okay, everybody else now move in closer, get back into a tighter formation. There's still thousands of us out there. Next, they're all going to Fort Lewis, Washington. They all A through A and Z get up and they left. We got smaller, and next we're going to I don't know, anyway, all the camps. Finally got down, there was 4 of us left, And I just thought, oh, there was a Hawaiian, a Japanese, a black man, and myself. That was all the four of us was left out there, and I just knew by now that, oh, they've lost my records, or what's happened. Well, they called my name, all four of us, what was going to go to Camp Lee, Virginia. I thought, oh, they didn't. So I said, why Camp Lee? For me, somebody asked, I don't know, and they said, well, it's a big Army School of Music. In fact, it's the Army School of Music. Well, I played trumpet, and I had my trumpet with me and everything like that, so I thought, oh, great. So we got on the train, and I just loved that ride. They sent us by Pullman, and that meant you could sleep at night, and I was able to stretch out in this nice bunk and just lay there with sheets and pillowcases and everything like that, and you could hear we'd pass the guardrail, and you hear the ding, 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 and then you could hear the clickety-clack. There was just a constant rhythm, and you could hear it. And I was so excited about the trip and laying there, and of course they had curtains drawn. And I thought, gee, here, what a deal here. I'm going by, everybody, all the other soldiers had to go by Army troop carriers. And here they sent us by Pullman. And so during the day, I would lean out the windows and watch all the traffic go by, and I'd wave to people at the intersections and that sort of thing. To me, it sounds like something Rodney might be doing too. And so all the way clear to Chicago, I rode almost the entire trip standing on that fender, leaning out the window and watching everything. So that was interesting. So we pulled into Chicago. It must have been about noon or something like that. And the Japanese, even though we were at war with Japan, he was one of the old Japanese army men, and he had hash marks all over his arms, meaning he'd been in many years of service, 20 or 30-year man. So he was able to stay in even though we were fighting Japan. So he said, have you guys ever seen Chicago? And we said, well, gosh, no, we just never been out of California. He says, well, he said, we'll just miss our train. He says, I've been in the service so many years they won't do anything to me, and you guys are brand new recruits, they won't do anything to you either. So, well, okay. So we walked all around Chicago and went uptown and walked around and just busied ourselves and saw Chicago. And so we walked back to the train station and told the train officials at the station that we got mixed up and lost our, we don't know what train we're supposed to be on. And so they said, oh, well, we'll put you on the next one. Do you know where you were heading for? And we said, yeah, Camp Lee, Virginia. And said, okay, so we'll put you on the Norfolk and the Western for Virginia. So we got on the train, and we pulled into Richmond, Virginia. It was about 1 in the morning, and there was nobody there at the train station. The train station was dark, except for just a little dim light. So we got out, and we walked around, and this Japanese guy called the base, and the base sent a jeep in. The guy says, hey, I was here 8 hours ago. Where were you guys? Well, we got mixed up and got lost. Well, okay, so in the meantime, that Japanese guy had lost our records. He'd left them on the train in Chicago by accident. So here we were, 4 soldiers, no identification. This is like, you might say, no passport. So anyway, so we got to the base, and it was dark, and the base was all very dimly lit because of the war. And this sergeant says in the jeep, he says, well, just walk down this row here, find the barracks, walk in, and feel if nobody's in a bed, lay down and go to sleep. So somehow we got split up. So I walked down the street, and I walked in this dark barracks, and didn't know what I was feeling, and I'd feel the bed, and ooh, somebody's in there. And so I walked down, and I'd reach, and ooh, somebody's there too. So I thought, well, gosh, what am I? And I couldn't hardly see, no flashlight, no dim lights or nothing. Finally, I found a bed with nobody in it, so I just laid down in it. And so the next morning, everybody was up early, and I looked around, and everybody was all in nice tailored greens, and I was in my army khakis, and those loose-fitting, the kind you get. I'd slept them all the way from California back there, and the coal dust off of trains with the locomotives made your clothes kind of dirty. Well, khakis got dirty so bad, so here I look like a wreck. Slept dirty, loose clothes, not clean. Here comes Joy and Dale. So anyway, there was an captain's inspection. So all these 30-year men, 20-year men were all standing with their tailored uniforms, nice and neat. And this captain came along, or major, and he looked at me and sized me up and down. He says, soldier, how long have you been in the service? And I says, about 4 days. Okay. So he walked on. Well, here I was the only one in the entire barracks that was dressed that way. And so I'll continue later, Rob. Okay, we had a little interruption, but we're back again now. So anyway, here I was in this captain's inspection with all these men so neat and trim. So I sat back down on my bed and thought, well, gee, what do I do now? And I went to the barracks sergeant, and I said, what should I do? And he said, well, just just wait. And he says, somebody will come by and be calling on you. Well, that day went by and nobody. The next morning, another inspection. And this was a holding company for these 20 and 30-year-old men and me in there. So anyway, each day they'd go out for roll call. They'd call everybody's name, but they never call mine. Okay, so they never call my name. So anyway, I would go up to the barracks sergeant and I'd say, you didn't call my name. And he says, don't complain, you're not having to do anything. Well, all new recruits are all stuck for KP and loading freight and all that sort of thing, but since I had accidentally walked into this holding company on that night, the guys in the Jeep that night suggested, they don't have those 20 and 30-year men doing KP work because they're very privileged men in the service. So anyway, I wasn't having to do any KP work. So 4 or 5 days went by, and I'd saunter up in the basin and go by the PX and look all around and thinking to myself, gee, when are they going to call me? And how neat this is, I don't have to do anything. And I'd go back and I'd sit down and I'd read, and maybe I'd go to the movie, and after they had a movie you could go to there. And I kept saying to this barracks sergeant, seems funny, you never call my name, nobody ever comes get me. And the sergeant says, oh, don't worry about it, you don't have to do any duties, any pulling any KP or anything like that. Well, finally, about 5 days had gone by. In the meantime, you'd visit with different ones, walking around at the show or at the PX, and I hadn't seen anybody any further west from Denver, Colorado. Well, I was getting kind of lonesome and away from home, and it seemed like things weren't right. I wasn't getting it. Nothing was happening. I was in limbo. So one day I was sitting on my bed, and it was about the 5th day sitting in that place, and one of these 20-year-old men 30-year-old men in the service was sitting beside me. He says, how long you been in here? And I told him the situation, and he says, you know, he says, if I were you, he said, I'd go to Camp Lee headquarters. He says, I wouldn't doubt right now you're AWOL. And AWOL man sounds away without leave. Well, that was a serious thing. That was a big, bad thing. And I says, oh, really? And he says, yeah. He says, I wouldn't doubt you're AWOL right now. So that's a criminal offense. So I says, well, gee, I haven't done anything wrong. He says, well, just take your belongings and walk up to the Camp Lee headquarters. So I did. And I walked in there, and they said, where have you been? And I said, well, I explained it to them. They said, well, we just about pinned your name up on the sheriff or the Army police to start looking for you as AWOL. So I told them about my records being lost. So in the meantime, they'd been found cleared out in Alabama, and they cleaned out the train. Then they sent them back up to Camp Lee. So anyway, now they said, well, now you've missed 2 different training companies to get started with. You're going to have to go over and get into the 90th training company. And as luck would have it, here I got over in this big area where all these 200 or 300 soldiers were all kind of milling around, and somebody says, hey, Modesto! And I thought, boing, who's that? And it was Bob Baker. And I went all through school with Bob and played in the band with him, and another guy, Loyal Hoover, was there, and 2 or 3 other guys, Marvin Capella. And it so happened that a whole bunch of Modesto guys from someplace around that they had assembled in Camp Beale or some other staging area got sent back to start their basic training. And by my delay, I was lucky enough then to get in with all of them, and it was almost like it was supposed to happen. And like I've told Mom and other people, I think the Valk families have been lucky, because there I was lucky enough to not have nothing happened. I wasn't AWOL and a bad mark against my record. I got in with all those guys that I knew. So anyway, that was the end of that story. We got into the 9th Trading Company. And then when I was in the service, I would kind of use my head as to how to get out of things that I didn't like to have to do. But anyway, right to start with, after 3 or 4 days, I got made acting barracks sergeant. And that was a little bit of an honor. And the real sergeant in charge of our barracks goes through and he picks out somebody that he thinks would be sensible. And because I didn't get in until 1946, I was 3 or 4 years older than the general run of the young boys that was in there, draftees, with a couple of exceptions. I'll tell about them in a minute. So anyway, I was acting barracks sergeant, and what that meant was whenever we had inspections, I had to go along and visually pre-inspect everybody's bed and their footlocker and how this is tucked tight enough and that's there, and you got to move your coat hangers over more, and this duffel bag isn't hanging right. Then when the captain would come through, he'd look through, and if anything wasn't right, he would complain to the soldier that it wasn't right, and then he'd look at, hey, who's a barrack sergeant here? I'd say, I wasn't. He said, you got to watch for this. So anyway, I'd be kind of called down a little bit. It was sort of fun. You felt like you was a little bit special. So anyway, then in trying to avoid things that I didn't like, got to be kind of a challenge to me. And then I would try to figure out ways. Now, how can I beat the system? And of course, anyway, I guess that's typical of me trying to think, how can I get out of doing something? So anybody who wore glasses had to go over and get fitted with those old steel-framed Army glasses. Well, when I got the notice to go over there, I folded the piece of paper where the date was. I'd folded it just right where the fold was on the date, and I kind of wiggled it like that enough times. You couldn't quite read the date. So when the girl, so when it was time, when days would come along that there was things going on that I didn't care about, like a hike or something that was kind of ugly, and I didn't want to have to do that. When you go out for roll call, they said, okay, is there anybody that's got any slips, excuse slips? And I'd say, yeah, I do. Got to go to the optometrist. Okay, go out. And so you had the day to yourself. You'd wander down to the optometrist place, only I could never find it. So I'd wander over to the PX and kind of, busy around, and along about 4 o'clock, I'd wander in there, and I'd be sitting down, and I'd sit down there, and I'd wait and not go up to the desk. And finally, everybody, one by one, or maybe it was 3 o'clock, and by 5 o'clock, everybody had left, and the reception lady dressed in a military uniform, she says, soldier, she says, haven't you been called yet? And I said, no, they haven't called my name yet. And she said, did you check in with the counter? What's your name? And she said, we don't have you down. Didn't you check in? And I said, well, I didn't know I was supposed to. Oh yeah, whenever you come in, it's too late today, you're going to have to come back another day. Oh, okay. So anyway, I think this new piece of paper they'd give me for a future date. And so anyway, I'd hold out, and then pretty soon the soldier would say, the sergeant outside, anybody got an excuse today? Yeah, I do. If it was a day that I thought, boy, I sure don't want to do this today. So anyway, I'd go down and I'd do the same thing again. If it was a different lady, I'd have to make sure it was a different lady. So it was a different lady, and I'd be there, and she'd say, was your name never called? And I said, no, they never called my name. And she'd look down, and she said, well, you're not registered here. Oh, am I supposed to well, I pulled that, I guess, 3 different times in a row. Then the next slip was to go for your examination. And then after that, you got another slip at a future date to go pick up your glasses. And so anyway, I just milked that just over and over and over. Okay, so now we finished all basic, oh no, I'm not through with basic training yet too. So it came time, when you're in basic training, you have a big hunger. I don't know if it's excitement, the extra exercise, but and they don't feed you very much. Maybe purposely, I don't know, even though I started gaining weight when I got in the service. But this morning I got called out at 4:30 for KP duty, my first time. And oh, I was hungry, and what little food they put on your plate is never quite enough, and that sort of thing. So they put me way in the back of the kitchen, and they had these mammoth hams. Oh, they were just huge hams, and you'd slice them. Well, that ham was the most sweet, delicious, tender ham I think I've ever had, and I would, of course, back there, I'd take a bite for myself, and I think, oh, isn't that heaven? Oh, it's just delicious. Well, I must have just ate until it was coming out my ears.
And
I was almost sick. I was eating so much of that ham back then. They must have had a short supply that day because I'd eaten the rest of it. But I'll never forget that ham. It was a slice for me and a slice for the Army, a slice for me and a slice for the Army. But that was so good. And then while in basic training, of course, the big fun thing every day was to go out for mail call, and you'd go out and stand outside, and the guy would come to the barracks, and he said, okay, 90th training company, yeah, here we are, okay, Abbott and Allison, and here, and they'd pass them, everybody'd hand the letter, the back of it, over to where it was. And of course, I'd get mail from home, Mom and Dad, and my Grandma Petra would write, and I used to just love the letters from home, and I'd get letters from Mom. And then my Grandma Petra would send me eggless, butterless, milkless, spongeless, whatever it was, cakes, because I guess they were the thing to send at the time. You didn't have to have ration stamps to get the butter. You didn't have to have ration stamps to buy eggs. Whatever it was.
of course you didn't have those then. Those ration stamps.
Well, maybe not. Anyway, that's what Grandma sent, and had a big, thick frosting, white frosting on top. And Grandma would package that into like a coat box, but she would wrap it every 2 inches. You'd have a big, heavy string, and another. And pretty soon it just looked like a checkerboard. It had so many strings running this way and that way, and everywhere where a string crossed, she'd tie a knot around that. It could have gone to Europe and back, drug behind a car. It was so well tied up. Well, after I'd spend 10 minutes trying to get into it, which I finally did, it was delicious, and I put it underneath my bed, and that was neat to have that cake.
You
And
probably sent that one because it's probably one that lasted.
it lasted a long time, and I'd keep it so long that it would finally get all stale, but I would still eat it, and I wasn't the kind that shared an awful lot, so I had it all for myself. And then another day, the first time we got a chance to leave the base, and we just decided, 4 or 5 of my friends, we decided we'd go into Petersburg, and that was the nearest town, and have a nice big breakfast. A breakfast that wasn't military. Well, we ordered ham and eggs and bacon and sausage and biscuits and everything. Well, we'd been used to eating such small meals out there in the base that we kind of overgorged ourselves, and we couldn't even quite eat it all. So anyway, we just went out of there like pigs. Well, we decided we'd split up that way. Different ones of us wanted to go different places, and back there in the south, they don't sweep the streets very good, and the sidewalks would have sand and cigarette butts and dirt and everything, and the sand had just built right up to the buildings. It was kind of a messy place, and so I had my army greens on, and so this is an experience I'll never forget. If I lived to be 110, it was terrible. So along about midday, I had to go to the bathroom. I had bad stomach cramps, and it wasn't for little go either. So I'd go into different stores, and if you went into J.C. Penney there, which was the old style stores back then, and the South is real, this was in Virginia, the stores aren't modern like they are here. You'd ask if they had a bathroom, and the immediate answer was no bathroom. You don't have a bathroom? And I was thinking of like what we had here in the States, no bathroom. Well, okay, so I'd go to stores after store after store trying to find a bathroom. There was no service stations with bathrooms. You go to a service station, there wasn't a bathroom at the service station. Well, I thought, whoa, what am I going to do? Here I'm 15 miles away from the base, and to catch the Army bus, I'd have to walk clear at the other end of Richmond, which is one big main street at that time. So anyway, somebody says, I think there's a bathroom at the end of the main street in Richmond, which is just clear at the other end.
Keep talking.
Okay. So anyway, I went to the other end, and I walked and walked and walked and walked till I got to the other end of town. It was a long street, and when I got to the train depot, I walked in there, and the toilet was just heaped up a foot high with waste. It was just a dirty, awful mess. And while I was just suffering, I thought, well, I think I can still make it to the base. I'll have to make it to the base. I couldn't find a toilet anyplace, so anytime you're watching this tape and you can go into Modesto, you can go almost any store to a bathroom, appreciate it. So anyway, by now I was just in agony. I just had to go so bad. So, and I got to I had to walk clear at the other end of town to get to the Army bus. Got on the bus, with a little hard bus, bouncing along, and there was the bouncing seats, and it was terrible. I kept thinking, I just feel like I'm going to die. I have to go so bad. I was sick with it too. So finally we got to the base, and I had to walk about 1.5 miles across the base to get to my barracks. Well, I tried walking as careful as I could, and I was tired from holding back from going so bad. And when I finally got about 200 feet from the barracks, I couldn't hold it anymore. And talk about a mess. It was terrible, with green Army wool pants on. Luckily it was a Saturday afternoon, and the bathroom was empty, but it was just terrible, the mess.
Did you have to wash out your clothes?
Oh, I had to wash. I bet I was an hour in that bathroom trying to clean up. It was terrible. It was awful. Oh, that was an awful experience. Well, anyway, then there was another poor guy in the service. His name was John Solomon Luckleitner. He had a great big Norwegian nose and big ears that stuck way out, and he was at the upper age limit of being drafted. Now, he was probably 40, 42, but he was an old 42. His hands were all gnarled from arthritis, and he would roll his own cigarettes, and he was the kind that came from way in the backwoods of Pennsylvania where they hunt bear, and he would tell about hunting bear. Anyway, they only got mail service back there twice a week. And he somehow, must have been at the bottom of their barrel of quota back there, so they got him drafted in there. He should have never been in the service. Well, he was uncoordinated. I guess he never went to school. He couldn't hardly read or write. And well-meaning. He was a good-hearted guy, but terribly backward.
Well, he'd just sit on his bed all day Saturday when everybody else would go. He didn't know where to go. He hurt to walk because he had arthritis. His hands were all gnarled up, and everybody said, "Oh, you should never be in the service." So anyway, the barrack sergeant was kind of mean in a way. He was the kind that when we'd be marching, he'd want his platoon to be tops and perfect because there was competition. And he said, "Okay, I want you guys, when I say snap to attention, I want to hear one click. Everybody click their heels together." Well, there he wouldn't quite know what to do. And they said, "Hey, you, what are you trying to do down there?" So, well, the sergeant would pick on him and pick on him and pick on him. One time the sergeant took a stick and he drew a square in the sand and he said, "Now you put your left foot in this square." And he drew another square and he said, "Put your right foot in there. When I say attention," he says, "I want you to put those 2 feet together on this line and clap your heels." So the barrack sergeant would say, "Attention," and he'd kind of slowly move his feet together and look down and say, "Did I do it right?" Well, anyway, you could see that the sergeant was just exasperated with him. We all got the feeling sorry for him, but it wasn't too awfully long that he got discharged. I guess the sergeant just said, "Hey, we can't have this guy in here. He's a misfit." So anyway, then the rumors were that everybody in this army, I finished basic training, then they moved us over into another big company where there was 3,000 musicians, and we were starting to disband. The army was quickly disbanding all the excess, the draftees and everything. So the rumors were flying left and right. What's going to happen to us? So I met all kinds of players, trumpet players from some of the big name bands like Tommy Dorsey, Harry James, Gene Krupa, all those big bands, Glenn Miller. They were drafted just as they had no preference over anybody else, and so I was a fairly decent player, but nowhere near as good as a lot of those, particularly in the jazz field. And so here all this 3,000 musicians, so as the days went by waiting for what's going to happen in this holding company, you were the prime targets for KP and loading trucks and all just military raking and hoeing weeds and all that sort of stuff. Remind me to tell them about the night that I was on guard duty and that guy snuck up behind me. I don't remember to tell that. So anyway, while we were in this holding company, you could hear jam sessions going on with guys, and you think, "Oh man, they are great sounding." So you go and listen to them, and you think to yourself, "Gee, we heard we were going to have auditions." That means you go through, and they're going to have you play, and the poorest players would be weeded out, and you'd be just put in the infantry. So I thought, "Oh, I hope I get to stay." So this one day finally arrived where they said, "Okay, they're going to have auditions for trumpets today." And I thought, "Oh no, gee whiz, this is it, I guess." So each guy would go in and he'd have to play something and he'd come back out and he'd think, "Oh, I don't know how I did. I don't know if I'm going to be staying here now." And everybody kind of wanted to stay in because it was an Army School of Music and it was kind of prestigious to be in there, and plus it was going to be a lot of fun. So anyway, they called me in, and as luck would have it, there again, that's that Valk luck. The guy that was doing all the auditioning had a big thick book by Arbens, and Arbens was scale studies like that, and all that sort of thing. Well, and he just said, he'd open up a page and just say, "Okay, play that." Well, I thought, "Oh man, I know that real well." So I just whipped it out and played it good. And so he said, "Oh, hey, you've been playing this a long time." And I said, "Yeah, pretty." And of course, at that time, I'd been playing with the trumpet with the Modesto Symphony, and I played a short time with the Stockton Symphony and with the county band. So I was a fairly decent player. So anyway, I thought, "Oh boy." So anyway, all these other guys got shipped out, and they left about 200 of us there. And I was one of the lucky ones because I knew that music, and so I was lucky enough to stay. So then they started shipping us around to give concerts. So we toured up and down around in Richmond. We played for this, and we went down to 3-4 other different places, and we gave concerts. And we were then at that point designated the U.S. Army Ground Forces Band, and our destination was going to be Washington, D.C., because the Washington, D.C. then had sent their players down and been mingled with ours. So now we were the Army Ground Forces Band, but stationed temporarily at Camp Lee. Why, I don't know. So we, for 10 days or 2 weeks there, we got to playing music at concerts here and there for this Army Ground Forces Band. So then they decided they was even going to deactivate all of us. So we thought, "Oh no, this is going to happen again." So they just went through and at random picked out about 90 of us and sent us to Fort Ord, California, because they had no band at Fort Ord. So we was lucky enough to go to Fort Ord, and we got there, and we played in the band every day. It was 8 hours. It was an Army school. It was strictly an Army band school and everything. So 8 hours a day was devoted to band. We was either practicing and rehearsing. We'd have to go outside and play for all the soldiers marching and all the thing that was going on in the field. We'd be playing right along with them. And I've got a tape of that. You probably saw that when we had the tape. You remember that one, Gil? When we was marching with the band?
I don't think I
And
saw
that
that.
family tape. Why wouldn't she have had that? Didn't you get the family tape?
Yeah.
Because that would be in it. Me playing the trumpet, and I played the faking the music in the background. You remember that? Well,
I
there I
don't
was.
remember
If
seeing
you saw
it.
the band playing, I was out there playing in that band. So then all these guys got together and they formed this dance band, and it was about I don't know, 18 or 20 piece band, and oh, what a fantastic dance band it was. They played a lot of Stan Kenton's music, and so I knew so many of the players from back east that they let me play with them. And I played fifth trumpet. They had 5 trumpets and 6 or 5 trombones and 7 saxes and all that sort of thing. So anyway, Fort Ord for quite a little while had no dance band, and they had hired a little Mickey Mouse Navy band from the Presidio in Monterey to come out and play for the dances at the Soldiers Club. And the Soldiers Club was this great big club. It's still there. You may see it as you're going on the way to Pacific Grove on the right by Fort Ord, with a big red roof out right at the edge of the ocean. Well, General Stilwell, during the war, felt sorry for the enlisted man. He says, you know, the officers have officers club. They have all the things for the officers. They have nothing for the enlisted man. So he built this great big soldiers club, and it was a mammoth dance floor. It was so big it had a stage at one end for one band, and it had a stage at the other end for the other band, and they had a big long bar in there that was so big that they'd send what do they call the thing, a mug of beer, and it would just slide way down this bar, and you'd reach out and grab it if it was yours coming by. So anyway, we had our first chance to play this first dance job. Well, we'd been playing, it was a powerhouse band with just screaming trumpets and brass, and it was just a powerhouse band. So anyway, here showed up this Navy band, and there was about 6 of them, and they had a violin, a clarinet, a piano player, a drum, and a bass, and anyway, like they'd be, well, buses, the women's organizations in Monterey would send out busloads of Monterey girls, all supervised and chaperoned, to dance with the soldiers at the Soldiers Club. So here sat 4, 5, or 6 big buses out front, and here come in 200 or 300 girls from Monterey and the surrounding community, maybe not 300, a couple hundred anyway. So all the soldiers would dance with all these girls, and then when the music stopped, they had to switch and have new partners, so they meet different people. We kept waiting for us to play. It was our turn. No, they're going to play another set of 3. So anyway, here it came to, so we picked out a song that was just a powerhouse. It just rocked, just bring the dust off the drapes. Well, of course, it was a powerhouse. It was a fantastic song. It was just, and we trumpets would stand up on the chairs in the back to give more penetration of noise. Well, everybody quit dancing because it was such a shock to hear this terrific band, a powerhouse band, and everybody quit and came and made a mammoth circle around in front of the stage listening to us. And this old battle axe that was in charge of all this, she came out and stopped us after we played that first song. She says, now wait, she says, this is not right. You can't play this. This is not danceable music. These girls are brought out here to dance. And so anyway, we had to tone our music down a little bit. But when she wasn't looking, we would put another sheet of music on the stand. Well, we'd look down at the other end, and this little Navy band, 4 or 5 of them, whatever they were, they'd all kind of think, oh, God. Is that still the same?
It's by Judy. She called the wrong number twice.
Okay.
Hello?
The telephone in. I wish that could be shut off right now.
We're trying to tape. Yeah?
Can you shut it off?
Well, we're interrupting. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know what to say. I want to collect my thoughts. So if you could just shut
Can
it
you
off.
turn this off, Gail?
It's out here underneath the
We have to wait for
pool
Gail to
table.
shut it off. She's on the phone right now.
Oh, I don't know. Did you turn it off?
We don't know how.
Oh, just a minute.
Okay, now. Well, the typical young kid happenings, I guess. I had this Ford convertible and had an overdrive, and it was fast. It just go like the wind. And there was a double. It was a 4-lane highway with a big center divider at Fort Ord, and it went for quite a few miles north. Well, this one time we were going to go up to Aunt Dodo's for a Thanksgiving or some, or maybe no, it wouldn't be Thanksgiving, Easter maybe, whatever it was. And Velma had some way got down to the base, and we was in my car, so we pull out of the Fort Ord, and here it was on the 2 lanes traveling north, and we were late for this whatever we was going to, so I was rolling along way faster than I was supposed to, and I guess there was a police officer parked alongside the road, kind of off the side, and he saw this car going by. And the cars weren't very fast picking up speed like they are now, so he was quite a little ways getting his car started and out and on and get on. So meantime, I had gotten quite a ways down the road, and we'd forgotten the camera. So I thought, oh, here I am in a crossover, which was very few and far between. So I zipped right through this, slowed down fast, and got over that crosswalk, or that divider, the median in the middle.
Did you drive over it?
No, there was a place for me to turn. So meantime, I was accelerating fast because we were late and heading back, and here this cop was going north of this, I guess, red lights or siren, I don't know, I don't remember that part of it, but he said he had. So anyway, he was going north, and there I was going south, and he thought I had seen him and was making a getaway to go the other way. So he had to go quite a ways to get up there to the crossover. So by the time he'd gotten his speed back up, I had turned into the base again and was lost in the base. Well, he thought I ditched him in there, which I didn't even know there was any police officer around, and didn't catch it to him going that way. So meantime, we got the camera. In the meantime, he couldn't find me, so he went back out and parked where he was again. So now I'm later yet and going to drive faster yet. So anyway, I came out. We were just whizzing down that highway. There wasn't much traffic, so you could travel 85 or 90 miles an hour without a bit of trouble. So I was just flying north at that speed, and pretty soon I looked in my mirror, and it took him a long ways to catch me. Well, he was just fuming when he caught me. He wasn't very nice, and I explained to him in a very nice way that I didn't know. I explained what had happened, that I wasn't trying to, and so he finally calmed down, and he believed my story. I got a speeding ticket out of that. So anyway, we went to, I can remember something else that happened. When we got to Fort Ord, our first day that we had a chance to leave and come home, we had no car to come home. So Bob Baker and I was going to have to hitchhike a ride and catch a ride home. Well, we got out of the base and got past the base a ways, and we got a ride from somebody, and it took us kind of quite a ways away from the base, but to a junction of the road. Well, here was probably 75 soldiers out hitching a ride, and hardly anybody was picking anybody up. And I told Bob, I said, we got to figure out a way of getting a ride, and how are we going to do it? Because they're passing all these other soldiers up. They're even way out even in front of us. So we decided that we would kind of be trotting backwards, and we'll ask Bob about this if he remembers it, with our hands out and real smiley faces, and kind of waving like this, going, well, it just worked like magic. It wasn't, phone. It worked like magic. We just got a ride right away, and all these other guys said, hey, how'd you guys do that? How'd you guys do that? But anyway, it just worked. Somebody just felt, well, those are two happy guys, they're smiling, and so they gave us a ride, and we got home. And then another night, I'd had trouble with my car. I'd been at Fort Ord for a while and then made many trips back and forth. And this one night, I was going to go back to Fort Ord, and it was pretty late at night, and my car wouldn't work, so Dad says, well, you take our car and go back, because you had to be on base. That was the law. You'd be in big trouble. So as I got into Hollister, I made a wrong turn and didn't take the right turn and was heading further south. Well, I knew Fort Ord was basically south, but I'd find a road to cut over the mountains over to the base. Well, the further I went, the road got skinnier and poorer and narrower, and it must have been 2 or 3 o'clock or 1 or 2 in the morning. No service stations. There were no service stations open any place, so it wasn't that if I got to it, maybe in the big cities, but not in Hollister. Well, the gas tank in the Pontiac was getting slower and lower, and I thought, well, it's only 10 more miles to the Pinnacles. That was a road sign that says the Pinnacles, 10 miles. So I kept looking at my speed on my gas tank was getting lower and lower on gas, and I thought to myself, gee, I kept looking for a place to turn over. Why don't you guys go ahead and talk what you want to talk about?
Go ahead.
Who was it?
That was Mike.
Oh. So I got lower on gas, and I thought, well, if I can just make it to the Pinnacles, maybe I can get gas there. Well, the Pinnacles, I didn't know it, was just a national monument of rocks out. Well, here I got, and finally the road had quit. It was just a dirt road, and I thought, oh, gee, here I've come 20 miles or 16, whatever it was, from Hollister. Excuse me. There's no way to get over the mountain to get over to Fort Ord. I've got to go all the way back, and the gas tank said almost empty. So I had to slow down to maybe 20 miles an hour, trying to get the best gas mileage I could, and I would just barely ease on the gas pedal to pick up speed. Well, I got into Hollister. There was nothing open. I know I had to report at 6 o'clock in the morning the next morning, and if I was there, I'd be AWOL. And I managed to finally get clear back to the basement. Oh, that was a scary night, and I didn't run out of gas.
Oh, you didn't? Oh.
No, I made it back.
So and you didn't get any on the way?
No, there was no place open. Absolutely no gas stations open whatsoever. Well, I can't think of what else. Let's see. I got discharged.
I turned it down.
I got discharged, and I'll probably think of other things as we go along. I'm going to let Mom tell a few stories now, and whatever she can think of. I remember I sent Mom a sweater when I was in the service, and I guess it was too small, and when I got home she felt like she should wear it. It was too small. And
I don't even remember that.
and that was that brown one with the kind of like the big square figured elk's head on the front of it. And of course, typical of soldiers, that's the thing you do. And of course, I thought it was a neat thing to do. I sent my mom a nice pillow.
You mean that sweater with the deers across the front?
Yeah.
We bought those at Plato's or wherever, so we'd be twins.
Well, the sweater that I sent you from in the Army, and you said it was too small, but you tried to wear it anyway. Was that a brown sweater
I
like
don't even
that?
remember that.
Oh.
Sorry. Wasn't really impressed me.
Anyway, why don't you go ahead and shut it off? Oh, and I sent my mom this pillow saying, "Mom, I love you," and that sort of thing, and I don't even remember where that is, if it's even around anymore. Well, I'll shut it off for now, and then we'll think of it. Well, every now and then other stories come to my mind. Steffi just reminded one. Velma and I had been dating now for a couple of 3 years, and I'm sure we was in junior college at the time, and to the Civic Auditorium in Stockton would come these big name bands like, at that time it was the big bands like Harry James, Tommy Dorsey, Glenn Miller, Billy May, all those bands. Well, it cost $3.50 to get in, and back in those days that was a lot of money, because you'd go to a show for 35 cents. So you can imagine $3.50, that was an expensive night. So to avoid more a challenge than, we had the money, but it was more the fun of it, to see if you could get away with it. I had this big 4x5 speed graphic with a big reflector bulb and the big case and everything like that. Well, of course, I'd dress up with my sport coat and tie, and Velma was a good sport. She'd go along with me, and I think she could have enjoyed it too. She probably said she was embarrassed, but anyway, we would go to the Civic Auditorium, and I'd go around to the back, and they had a policeman there at the back that would guard from people to get in. So I would undo my coat and unbutton it, and have my tie all kind of hanging down. I'd take my camera out and be carrying the case, and I'd walk right up to the policeman and just walk right, and Velma following me, and walk right past him just like I'd done it 1,000 times, and it's assignment, and I'm a photographer. He'd never utter a peep other than, "Hello, how are you tonight?" "Fine, thank you." We'd walk in, down the corridor, and the only way to get in where all the crowd was is across the stage. So here's all these people getting ready for the performance. The band hadn't started. The chairs were all set up. Some of the musicians were warming up and then playing, kind of getting their horns ready and oiled up and everything. We'd walk right across the stage in front of everybody, walk right down and out into the crowd. I'd button up my tie and button my coat, put the camera away, and we'd enjoy the rest of the whole evening.
Oh.
Isn't that for free?
Oh.
Isn't that awful? But it was kind of fun. It was a challenge. And
Oh, yeah. Tell them too about how when you wanted to go to the show, you'd go all the way, "Hi, so and so," and then you get your ticket and go on in to the.
Oh, in the Army, yeah, that's right. The Army had, to go to a show in the Army, there was this long line. Oh, sometimes it would stretch from here to Don's house of soldiers 1 and 2 deep, waiting to get into the show. They had big theaters, but anyway, to get at the end and wait that line, you may not get in because a lot of times it was full. So this strategy worked for me repeatedly. And there again, Leonard was thinking. I guess he had his mind going. I would run past all these guys so fast, and if you tried to crowd in any place, they'd say, "Hey, who's crowded? Hey, come on, get at the back of the line." And you'd hear from 100 guys hollering at you. So I'd run past all these guys, and with me running, they wouldn't hardly even wonder, well, what's going on? You know, you'd be clear up the other end, and I'd run right up to the guy that had just left the ticket booth, and I'd say, just a minute, Paul, I'm coming, Paul, just a minute, or pill, or whatever it was like that, and I'd have the right chain, and I'd slip it right under the wind, and just about that time, 4 or 5 guys would realize, what's going on? Hey, and zip, I'd be inside. Anyway, I would do that lots of times. And then something else that was kind of a challenge and fun to do, and not very nice.
I was going to say, I can't believe all these things.
I was a schemer, I'll tell you. In this, after basic training, we went over to where all these 3,000 musicians were. It was a massive, it was 6 or 8 or 10 barracks. It was all a holding company. And you were a prime target for everybody coming out to ask for KP. Hey, we need 6 guys to go out and unload trucks. Okay, you, and you. Well, it didn't take us long to figure out that if we weren't there, we didn't get picked. Well, once in a while, you had to be careful. They'd come through and call roll call, and if you weren't in your barracks, boy, it was a big, I don't remember what happened, but anyway, you just didn't dare have that happen. Well, a lot of guys just took the gamble and left and hoped that they wouldn't be called. Well, anyway, I thought to myself, now how can I play it safe and yet not have to go out and KP duty all day or unload fruit and vegetables out of crates all day and that sort of thing. So every bed was right by a window, and beside the window was all these clothes hanging on the curtain, on the clothes racks. So your bed with the double bunk made it kind of hard to see through the window outside. So everybody hung their duffel bag on either in their footlocker, but some guys you had the choice of hanging it on the corners of your bed, hanging up there, and that furthermore made more blockage. Well, I had my trumpet case, and somebody else had something else. Well, anyway, I kind of put a barricade around the end of the bed and moved the bed out about a foot from the wall so that I could sit with my bottom on the floor and my legs underneath the bed with these 2 duffel bags on both sides and be kind of down low. And with the light coming through the window, I could read. So I was hidden from anybody coming through. Well, so here come, every few minutes somebody'd come through. Okay, we need 10 guys to go unload a truck. Okay, hey, you. And a lot of the guys would scamper. They'd see this guy coming, they'd scamper out. Well, maybe right afterwards, they'd send in somebody that was in authority, and they say, okay, we want to take a roll in here and see who's left. Mm-hmm. So they'd call out the names, and they'd call Leonard Valk. I'd say, here! And so if they'd wonder, well, where are you? I'd be pretending like I was cleaning underneath my bed, you know, and so I'd come out and stand, and they could see me, and I was marked as present, and nothing would happen from it. And when after they'd go, I'd crawl back down underneath there and get underneath and adjust all the trumpet case and the duffel bag and the bed just right and put my pillow kind of like this. And it was a regular hiding place. You could just hide right there. And so anyway, day after day after day, I could stay in there all day, read, relax, go to sleep, and yet if they ever came through and called names for roll call, I'd be there to get out and
so did anybody ever ask what you're doing back there?
Yeah, I said, oh, I'm just kind of relaxing and reading. And said, well, it looked like you're getting out and doing some KP or something like that. Well, so be it. Well, anyway, that just worked like magic for me for quite a few days. And then we got into this traveling band where we played with the Army Ground Forces Band and gave concerts. But oh, there was a whole bunch of things. Yeah, and once in a great while, you wouldn't be lucky, and you'd be doing something someplace where somebody said, hey, I need 4 guys, you, and you didn't dare say no. And I think, oh shoot, now I got picked. But it worked really good for quite a while.
So was the service actually a good experience then?
Oh yeah, it was neat. It was a good experience. We
you probably really enjoyed the band part of it.
Yeah, that was terrific. And the soil in Virginia is real red, sticky clay, and when you take your hikes and go hiking, it would just build up like massive balls on every foot. And there was just
how many feet did you have?
On what did I say?
You said on every foot.
Every step you took, it would build up.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Anyway, so it was hard to hike, and you'd slip, and if there was a little bit of hill, the wet, you'd slip back down, and it was a kind of a nice experience. They had Virginia was rolling hills, and it was just massive little trees, just about that big around. And some of your hikes, you'd almost have to weave your way through all these trees, and we'd have bivouacs, it was called, where we go out and have to assemble and go through night duty and flashlight walks and that sort of thing. But the worst of them, the ones I hated the worst, I'd make sure I had my glasses appointment that day, and I'd miss out on that one. Mm-hmm. So why don't you set it off now? After we left, this 90 musicians were sent to California, and we came through El Paso, and I can remember it seemed like it was the slowest train in the world. You can almost trot alongside the train. We kept thinking that what's going on? This train is so slow. We was anxious to finally get to our destination when We didn't have Pullman facilities coming out this time. We were just in the Army troop train because there was 90 of us. But when we got into L.A., they switched trains and put us on another train heading north to Fort Ord. And we were just out of the switching yards when we was traveling maybe 20 miles an hour, when all of a sudden there was just an abrupt stop, and I happened to be standing, and I got just thrown to the other end of the railroad car with a lot of other GIs, and everybody was all piled up in debris, and we thought, what in the world has happened? So we knew something was wrong. So we got out, and sure enough, there was the engine out laying on its side, and 2-3 cars crooked, and luckily it wasn't a bad wreck, but the engine had come off the tracks and chewed up all the rails and the railroad ties. And our car was the first car of all the mess that was still on the track.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this kind of brings you up to date through our dating years, and Velma and I will probably think of other things we'll insert later on because some of them might be kind of easy to hear, but I might say that my stint in the Army was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I was really blessed. It was a good time, a wonderful. I wouldn't have missed that experience for anything. I didn't like it particularly at the time, but I was glad that I didn't have to go to the real war and fight there. But anyway, I ended up with a honorable discharge with all veterans benefits, and so anyway, at least it was fun to look back at the nice things that happened. And as I told you earlier, the Valk family's always been blessed in with many ways, and our blessings were surely answered with not having to go to war, yet still being a part of the service, seeing what Army life was like, meeting a lot of new friends. I met a friend back there, Jack Bittner, and I've been friends with him through just more or less correspondence for quite a number of years. He's since just recently passed away. Jim Fraser's another one down in Ponca City, Oklahoma. We're going to look up one of these times when we go down maybe to see Jessica. So my life up to this point is, and of course it was from then on too. It's just been super, really fun. So maybe we should kind of wind this down right at this point, and we got a lot more to tell about getting married and families coming along and all that sort of thing. So it won't be too awfully long until we be where our daughters are in school, and then you guys will remember everything. So why don't we? You want to add anything at this point?
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah, you're sitting here.
You mean you're going to share?
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough.
Willing to share at any time.
No, I don't have anything to add.
Well-
My brother was in the service.
Your brother.
My
Ray.
brother
Ray.
My brother
Yeah,
Ray was
he
in
was-
the service.
Ended up being a captain, wasn't he?
No, he was a first lieutenant.
First lieutenant.
But he ended up in the Philippines and Guadalcanal, and I don't think he saw any.
I think he was in the quartermaster corps. That's the bookkeeping and managing and
He drove a tank, didn't he? Wasn't he in the tank corps?
maybe for a while he could have been.
Anyway, and he met his wife in Texarkana, Texas, or Texarkana, Arkansas, and